All right, 6:02 in the Rose City. Time for Dirt and Sprague on Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 The Fan. And the Fan Sports Network. Hype horns going. Happy Monday, everybody. Hello.
What is happening?
Delightful little Monday morning.
It is a beautiful Monday morning. It's going to be hot next couple days. It's going to be hot.
It?
A little bit of a heat wave. Not too bad. Upper 80s. That's all you got to know right there. There's your weather report.
Thank you for my weather report at 6:02.
Your weather guy, Dirt's here. Looks like traffic's flowing smoothly on your way into work today. The I-5 South, nice and clear. 205, a little cloggy, a little cloudy out there.
We get through all the bridge closures over the weekend without incident.
Yeah, a lot of bridge closures this weekend.
Traffic and weather every 10 minutes now.
Brought to you by
on the twos.
On the twos. Hello, everybody.
I feel like traffic is the easiest job in our industry.
Traffic would be pretty simple. You look at a map and you say, that looks red. Hey, 205 looking a little bad this morning, folks. Might want to find a different way in.
There was years ago when I was interning in Seattle, they had one of their the traffic people was in the building. Mm-hmm. And it was just off of what they called their bullpen, so where all the little desks were and the printers were.
Right.
She was just off to the side of that. And, the host was really fun. She was a really nice gal. He'd bring her on. They'd banter for like 5-10 minutes when she'd do her traffic hits. And I went back there once and I said, very interesting doing traffic. And she goes, it's really not.
Yeah, no.
And I was like, oh, yeah? I go, how do you get all your info?
You get your insight.
She shows me this website that the company had paid for, and she shows me, and it literally said, like, I-90, 20-minute delay. I-5.
The entire thing's written out.
16-minute bottleneck at this point. And I just went, oh.
Oh, that's all you do,
You're just literally reading the computer.
That's all you're doing, huh?
She goes, yeah.
to be fair, I think weather people do exactly the same thing, too. What's your weather today? Well, let's see right now. If you look outside, 54, cloudy.
I think meteorologists are actually doing work. I think weather people are just doing the reading part.
Drastically different. I think I could crush traffic reports. If we do traffic every day, I think I could do it.
I really don't want you to
be better than
traffic.
Our guy from Flagstaff, Arizona. I might not mispronounce things either. I might get the right words correct. The towns, the rivers, the lakes. Yeah. I think I know all those. Couch Street, Cooch Street, which way are we going to go?
That is the most obvious tell they don't do their traffic from our state is the way they pronounce everything.
You're not from here, are you?
The funny thing is the traffic gal, she completely poo-pooed what she was doing, and she goes, but they pay me pretty well. I get to be on the station because I'm already a sports fan.
Right.
They had sponsors where, like, they'd get donuts once a week, and then they'd have pizzas once a week.
Living the dream.
For
morning
all
pizza?
The shows.
Are you kidding me?
And she goes, I get all this free food. I make good money. All I got to do is read the computer. Right. And then she parlayed it into an on-TV traffic job.
That's how you do it right there. That's the American dream.
That was the American dream.
One rung of the ladder at a time. Can you imagine getting free pizza once a week? How badass would that be?
I was pretty big on the donut part.
Ooh, donuts,
They had Top Pot coming in once a week, and it was just like 7 boxes of donuts.
Here's your donuts right here.
That's a partnership right there.
I got a bathroom break with Danny and Terry Boyd at the same time. All three of us just walked into the bathroom, so that's what I got this morning.
There you go. You play swords with 2 other DJs.
Good morning, radio DJs. How are we doing today? Let's all go potty at the same time.
Yeah, Tracy Taylor, one of the goats, one of the nicest people I got to encounter when I was an intern in radio years ago. Just couldn't have been more delightful and nice. And when she got hired on TV, I sent her a kind little message. Congratulations. Look at you moving up in the world, reading the internet. Now you get to read it for television. She goes, I got to care about my makeup a little bit more.
You got to look a little bit nicer when you're on TV. But the idea of it is the same. Just read off the teleprompter. You'll get through it. You'll be all right.
We actually had a big debate at this time of who had the harder job, her or Diana Rossini, because I interned for the morning show.
Yeah.
But the show after the morning show was Softy. This is when he was 10-1 in Seattle.
Right.
And his intern half the time did not show up or show up on time.
Not hanging around.
And so they'd always be like, hey, Sprague, can you hang around and just do it till he gets here? And I said, yeah, dude, no problem. I'm already here, whatever.
Double dip the chip, might as well.
And so Rossini would come in at like 8:30 a.m. before she blew up on and went on ESPN.
Right.
And she would do her recorded Comcast Sportsnet Sports Gal clips.
Yes.
And look, was she back there talking to her boyfriend, applying her makeup and her lip liner and searching for other jobs? 180%.
The entire time.
Were people working the cameras for Comcast basically providing her the 4 or 5 biggest stories for her to read?
Here you go.
Also, yes.
Yes.
And were they writing every word of her script out? 100%
Probably.
yes on that one. So we would debate who had the harder job.
Right.
And I think I ultimately concluded the traffic gal because she had to read the internet, but also she had to do the on-air banter with the host.
Yes, that's an extra layer. It's not just an update. If you're just doing traffic, that's one thing. But if you got to banter for a couple of minutes, that's a completely different skill set.
And the host at that point, it's 2009, 2010. Are we dabbling in mattress reads, bringing her in, asking how long she slept versus was she doing any other activities in her bed?
Slightly offensive questions.
Absolutely.
You used to be able to get away with the radio.
Also true. Yeah.
How'd you sleep last night, honey? Was the bed firm or was it soft? Brought to you by.
I'll never forget when Rossini recorded her second to last. She did like 3 or 4 of them, I think, during the show. One of the producers who was also like kind of not the PD, but he was like an executive producer. He kind of swag, right?
Yeah. What's his job? He's a swag.
I'll never forget that, like, Rossini was still around. She wasn't doing any more hits. And he turns and he goes, "Why are you still here? You don't do anything. You're done." She goes, "Well, where else do you want me to go?" He's like, "I don't know. Go away." Just went in the back. We didn't see the rest of the day.
Get out of here.
Go away.
I don't need you hanging around here anymore,
You're just
okay?
distracting us.
Now you're just standing around. Everybody's looking at you. Now nobody's getting any work done.
No, nobody wants another Vrabel around here.
No,
we got a lot of married men in this room.
2 people who parlayed things into better jobs. One didn't end great for her, but that's that's the American dream, man. Climb your way up the ladder.
It is the American dream. How was your weekend?
It was delightful, man. It was a good little weekend. We were busy, lots of stuff going on. Brother-in-law and sister-in-law had a kid this weekend, so we had to go visit the baby. Got to go see the baby.
Got to see the baby.
Went over and saw the baby in the hospital. Everybody's doing good, so that was a big weekend for the fam. The wife was over there holding the baby. We already have baby fever because we're currently pregnant. Now we have baby fever even more. Now we're even more excited for the baby to come out. A lot of baby stuff going on in our household this weekend.
I'm always concerned or hoping everybody's okay health-wise, but largely I just, I'm going to poo-poo the new baby thing.
You can throw some cold water on the new baby.
I'm happy for parents. They get to experience the baby fever thing.
Yes, welcome to No Sleep. Hello.
Give it, let's say, probably already there of like, this sucks.
Yeah, oh God, not again, not again.
Tar diapers and no sleep, but I'm always happy for people. But like as a person not involved with having the baby.
You didn't push one out. You didn't make this one.
It's always like how long we gotta be there?
Yeah, see the baby.
Is it a 5-minute visit?
I like doing the
10-minute visit.
The positive of the hospital visit over the in-home visit, although I'm sure we will do both when they finally get home, maybe today, maybe tomorrow. We'll wait and see on that one. The good part about the hospital visit is usually there's something going on, and it's like, a nurse is, okay, we gotta go. They gotta check something, So when we went Saturday. The baby came like midnight Friday night.
This is your brother-in-law's first kid?
First kid, yes.
Okay,
first kid.
What took longer, you to get to the hospital he had the baby, or you at the hospital?
Getting to the hospital took not significantly, but definitely longer. Okay. Definitely longer.
All right.
By the time we got in, I think we had like a 15-minute window. It was quick. You get in, hold the baby. Teddy sees the baby. He was freaked out about going into the room. I don't know what that was about. He did not want to go.
There's people that generally don't like hospitals.
Well, I don't know if he thought it was his appointment. I don't know what. But the grandpa tried to walk him in, and he had an absolute meltdown. It was like, "Dad, I need you." So I held him out in the hallway for a little bit. And I'm like, "Look, this isn't for you, buddy. We're not. Nobody's poking you with anything. You're going to be all right." And so once we got in, it was about 15 minutes. It was perfect.
All right.
Everybody looked at it, held it. Okay, now we got to test something on the foot. All right, see you guys later.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
I think we were in and out of there like 10:30 to 10:45 on Saturday morning. Made it over to a Red Yarn concert in Milwaukee by 11:15.
There you go.
So delightful little Saturday.
That's perfect timing.
It was it. That's all you need. If you do the in-home visit, though, you don't quite have that natural, somebody's come. Oh, you got to do something?
Right.
When you go visit at home, the baby's just kind of laying around. He can sleep anywhere, and then you might be in for a longer visit.
I think the standard hospital visit average time has to be 15 minutes.
15 minutes, in and out.
15 minutes. Hey, how's everybody doing?
Make sure everybody's all right. Check on everybody.
You kind of come in like, everybody okay?
Hey.
Everybody has to come in all quiet like.
Is the baby sleeping?
Little knock.
How's everything? Oh, he's so adorable. Look at the baby. Look at the baby. Oh, my God.
Okay, I'll see you guys later. I saw the baby.
Do you guys need anything?
Right.
No, okay.
We took us some candies, brought him a coffee. Like, hey, there you go. The only takeaway for me, other than congratulations on having the baby, was the hospital they had the baby at. Dude, the room, are you kidding me? 3 times the size of the room that I got to stay in.
Oh, really?
I had given the brother-in-law the traditional dad warning of be ready to lose your back sleeping on a couch because you're going to be in a closet.
Yeah.
So prepare yourself.
And you were wrong.
And I was completely wrong. He's hanging out in a luxury suite with a fold-out bed. Like, are you kidding me? Is it too late for me to transfer here? Can I have my next kid here? This looks great, dude. All those warnings right out the window.
My buddy just had his daughter's first birthday last weekend, so we went over there, and it was at a park, and it was good. It was great catching up with friends and whatnot.
Park's a good place to do a 1-year-old birthday. This time of year especially.
Well, it was pretty wild, though, because he got the only overhang with
the covered
picnic
area.
table, the covered area.
The covered area is coveted.
And he said he woke up at 6:30 a.m. to basically stake his claim.
To go commandeer the
Because
area.
you can't reserve it, and it's like first come.
So he's got up. He's just waiting
So he
at
got up
the
at
park.
6:30 a.m. He
Sitting
got
on
there. He set up all this stuff, and then he left and went back to bed.
Ooh.
And then came back like 3 hours later.
Bold move, Cotton.
He really just power moved it.
Bold. That is a aggressive elbow your way into the room. I'm taking this area over.
Dude, I'll give you a take. He's a 6'4" big black guy. Nobody is questioning or taking that spot.
You try and take that over, and then he walks out of his car and starts walking up. You say, sorry about that. I didn't see your stuff here. Sorry.
I told him that too. I go, if I came up and I needed this and I saw you, I'm not even I'm leaving. And he goes, absolutely. Yeah. That's the whole point.
There might be a takeaway first of like, who's the jackass that claimed this and he's not even here? I'd like to apologize. I did not mean anything that I said. Welcome to your area at the park.
Well, he did the weird thing like 2 or 3 days later where he texted all of us in a group chat. He goes, he uses his daughter's name, but he goes, she liked to thank you guys for everything you brought and for hanging out.
She said that to him. Don't
so
worry
we
about
all
it.
just were like, I want to prove it.
Show the video.
Have her text me.
Show the video. Give her your phone now. FaceTime me and thank me for the gift that I brought, okay?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's just utterly ridiculous.
1-year-old birthday parties are a hell of a thing, man. Not a lot going on there.
Yeah, that kid wasn't digging me at all.
No, it just, you know, who's this weird guy? He's talking in a funny voice.
Yeah.
Come on, I'm 1. Talk to me like a grown-up. What's the matter with you?
I mean, there is that.
I don't need the Elmo voice right now. I'm a big boy. Come on.
Some kids they like it. Some kids just look at you like you're an idiot.
It is really funny to watch
win.
your kid react to adults who they're not around very often, just staring at them like, what is going on with this person? Like, what are you doing? Teddy gives me that look all the time. Hey, buddy, how you doing? Looking at a stranger. What's the matter with you, man? I'm not talking to you. You look a little weird. I'm not saying anything.
On Friday, I got out of the show and I raced down. I was playing around with our Pelican friends.
Yes. I had some buddies at the tournament, too. I forgot that it was going to be a cross event.
Yeah, I had no idea what I was doing.
I was an alternate. They had asked me, and I'm like, I don't think I can play Friday, but I had not even connected the dots that you guys were all playing in the same
golf
tournament.
You to play?
They were fourth, almost backed out, and so I was checking calendars, and I couldn't make it happen.
Well, they were absolutely going all in to try to win the event.
Okay.
And I loved how I confronted them because I saw them at the very end of the tournament.
Yeah.
And I said, we finished with a 12 under, not bad, but the winner was at like 19 or something.
Right.
And I checked the ranking because I had to run the app, and your buddies were second or third.
Ooh, they gave it a run, huh?
Oh, look at you guys.
Couple of ringers in that group.
Acting like you weren't trying all hard.
Maybe if you would have invited me, buddies, I'm looking at you, maybe it would have been the final missing ingredient.
Well, it was awkward because one of your buddies came up and said hi. Like, I was very confused. I got invited to play a scramble, but I didn't really know it was this big tournament.
Yes.
So I show up. There's jet boats and there's parking.
I have played in this one before. I know what tournament you speak of.
I had no idea.
There's a lot going on at this tournament.
There's a ton. So I get out of the parking lot. Do I bring my clubs now? Do I leave it here? I didn't know what the protocol was. I brought my clubs.
Right.
All these people and food trucks. Really good setup.
Yeah.
And your buddy comes up and says hi, and I can't. I'm looking behind me, and there's just all these people. I can't see who said hi.
Right, just a massive humanity.
And then he says, hey, Brandon. And then he says, it's me. And he says his full name. And I go, I know who you are.
He reintroduced himself.
It's very awkward.
I mean, you're a big radio star. He doesn't know if you remember him. You're out here signing autographs.
I've hung with him like 5 times.
Signing bald heads. There's bald guys that wait outside the studio for you, and you sign the top of their head every single day. You're a big deal over there, man.
When the baldies want you to sign their heads.
When you're an FM radio star, you never know. People are going to remember you out there.
It's very awkward.
I
like
love
when
the
you know
full
somebody.
reintroduction. Like, yeah, dude, I know.
And then he like secretly recorded me on the range.
He did. I got
that
a video.
Felt very uncomfortable.
I did. I got a video from behind the bushes.
It was an absolutely horrific shot.
It was not a good
just
swing.
Pulled it all the way left.
I was going to say it did not look like a good
It
range.
didn't feel good at
no,
all.
that was not an accurate shot. Oh, I was just hoping the rest of the round was going to go a little bit better than that.
Well, and then we got to they had a raffle ticket, so they did the helicopter drop ball thing.
Yes,
which is really underrated. Kick-ass.
It's a very cool thing.
Yeah.
This helicopter's doing it's like turning all super hard. There's a guy just hanging out. He's like,
there's your goal ball.
I just kept thinking, what if he just fell out right now?
Would not be good. Would not
I'm
be.
pretty sure
That'd
he'd be dead.
You might probably cancel the golf tournament at that point. Although everybody's there,
I don't think you should be canceling.
We're here for a good time. I didn't know the guy. It's
you
a
think
sad
if the guy
story.
fell out of the helicopter, you cancel the tournament?
All right, guys, that's it. Everybody pack up and go home. We got a dead guy on the putting green.
Tag it and bag it, dude. We got a golf tournament to play in.
I drove 45 minutes south to come play golf today. It's not my fault you did this.
Dude, don't hang out of a helicopter.
Yeah, you probably should hold on a little bit tighter.
It's wood burn.
I mean, yeah, this is my point. Bag it and tag it. What are we doing?
I mean, I was trying to hit my practice putts right here. I was,
Well, we did the raffle.
he splattered in the green.
And the Pelican guys bought a ton of raffle tickets, right? And these prizes, first of all, they're like 20 to 30 minutes behind the start time of our tee time. So we're now playing the guessing game. When
the
are we
Pelican's
actually going to
flowing.
tee off? Yeah.
Yes.
And so we're doing these raffle prizes, and they got pretty good prize TVs and Blackstones
Cool.
and all the bags with putters in them and
There you go.
drivers.
Yeah.
And one of the guys in the group, we only won once as a group. I had a bunch of raffle tickets. Other Pelican guys had raffle tickets. And one of the guys was not a Pelican guy, was invited by our Pelican friends, wins the only prize of our group. So our Pelican guy bought all the tickets.
And he didn't win.
And he doles them out to all of us, right? So all four of us have an equal amount. And so they're rattling off the numbers. And it's 2 beach chairs. I would say it was some of the worst prizes of the collective prizes,
Yes,
right?
this category.
So they call the number. It ends up being one of the non-Pelican guys that's golfing with us. He comes up. He won it. And he grabs the chairs, and it's me, it's our Pelican friend Ryan, and it's another individual. He came out of nowhere. We didn't know where he was. He grabs the prizes. He turns. He goes, woo! And he walks away. And our guy Ryan leans in. He goes, I actually need 2 camping chairs.
I could use a couple.
I bought those tickets.
Do I send a text and
He goes,
say,
do I say anything? I don't
this
think
is
he's gonna
my
give them to me."
foursome. Those were technically my raffle tickets.
And I go, I don't think you say anything. You play this one by ear. You have to see and test.
Yes.
What do you do? What's the protocol? Because I said, if I win the TV, the Blackstone,
right,
or a teddy bear,
some mega prize.
I'm
like,
handing this to you.
Yeah.
dude.
Do you need it? If maybe he already has a Blackstone and doesn't need it.
No,
but
I'm not even asking
You're not
that.
even
I'm
asking.
handing it to you, and
Yeah.
you're either saying, no, please keep this.
Yeah.
I can't take it, or we figure out a different thing, right? So this guy grabs the chairs. He walks away from us.
I'm out.
We then have to go to our carts to finally tee off. We see him with the chairs at the carts, and me and our guy Ryan kind of look at each other like, let's see what's going to happen
I
here.
don't know if you're going to get those chairs.
And he goes, hold on, boys. Let me go take the chairs to the truck. Kind of just sat there. Like, I don't think he's going to give them to you.
Is he going to say anything? Is
And he
anybody going
goes,
to say anything?
I don't think he's going to give you these. He's not going to give you these chairs.
You're not getting these
So he
chairs.
comes back, and our guy Ryan does it. He goes, yeah, you're just going to keep those chairs, huh?
Oh,
And he goes, I mean, if you want those chairs, I just didn't want to put them in my golf cart, but they're in my truck if you want them.
we'll grab him after the round.
And at that point, what are you going to say? So
Yeah.
he goes, no, go ahead. You keep them.
Yeah.
Clearly need more.
Now I know why you guys didn't win the tournament. We had a little cart tension going before the opening tee shot.
It was, I got interested.
This is although I will
then found
admit-
out he was a Park Rose man. I went, of course a Park Rose guy
Yeah,
steals.
this is bad. For
Look, Park Rose already had a reputation.
We got stereotypes out here we're trying to get rid of, and this is not helping the process. Although, can I tip my hat to this golf tournament? This does create weird cart energy, so maybe that affected your play the first couple of holes. Doing the raffle prizes before instead of after, brilliant move.
It would have been brilliant if
Brilliant
they
move.
executed it the way they
You got to
should
be
have.
off on time. That's the only hang up.
Yeah.
But in the aftermath of it, let's be honest, like at most golf tournaments, when we give away the prizes at the Fan Golf Classic, half the place is cleared out by the time we do it.
Because there's only like 3 or 4.
Because you know you haven't won
Yeah.
the prize, and if you weren't in the running to win,
Yeah.
and then there's just a few groups late. You got to tabulate all the scores.
Right.
It's a long process, and so
Yeah.
if you got raffle stuff, don't wait around till
Well,
the end. Get rid of it now.
The guy reading numbers, nobody was claiming the number. He'd say it like 3 times. So he finally lays out these rules. We're going to say the number, and if you don't come up and yell and tell us you've won, we're moving to the next. And then literally right after he says this, he calls the number again. All right, 1, 2, 3, one more time. I'm like, you're not even abiding by your own standard of rules. You just set.
You got to follow the rules.
So-
Move on to the next number, buddy.
It's a good tournament. The prizes were great. Actually, the pacing of everything, like we didn't play like a 6-hour round. Everything
That's always the
moving and
concern.
grooving.
Golf tournaments can take a long time. If you get it done in a timely fashion, it's a good little day at the course.
You get invited to a golf tournament and somebody gives you raffle tickets, you should give the prize to the person that bought the raffle ticket.
Agree with that. Agree with that completely. Was it a scramble?
Yeah.
I'm a big scramble fan. I
great.
love playing in
I
scrambles.
got to swing out of my butt
Yes.
80,000 different times. They played a lot of my shots, which made me feel really good.
Makes you feel good.
I played
right?
pretty well out
but
there.
there's not a lot of pressure on any shot because you
Not at
can
all.
get somebody out there in the fairway. I'm a big, I am pro scramble.
Yeah.
We need more scrambles in golf.
It was good, dude.
Go have a good time with your buddies, a little bit of teamwork involved, and don't hit your ball that you don't hit the second shot 10 yards in front of the tee box.
Well, we'll move on from our weekend shenanigans. There were other things that happened this weekend.
There were.
Did you catch Young Fever?
I mean, how do you not? He dunked. Did you see that dunk?
I've never seen a player dunk like that.
Did you see that dunk?
Unfortunately, Young caught Young fever.
He did.
He did, yeah.
He's a little too ill for game 2.
And now there's reports that he's not going to play anymore.
That's all we get? We just get one? I just get a nibble?
You just get taste.
I want the full bite of you.
Well, you will when he's the 5th center coming into the start of the season. We also had a signing on Friday.
We did. Did we, dare I say, get a shooter?
Do we need to call that we predicted exactly how this all happened, or do we just...
We got Vcrazy 2.0.
Because I heard through the grapevine somebody that covers the Blazers says this isn't it. And I was like, okay.
I think this might be it, guys.
All right.
I think this might be it.
So we'll get into all that today. It's a busy little show. Dirt and Sprague. Let's get it going next. 105.1, The Fan.
105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Blazers Summer League squad now 0-2 following a 115-108 overtime loss to the Magic Sunday afternoon. Portland did not have center Young Hampson available due to illness. They're back at it tonight, taking on the Timberwolves, 8 o'clock on ESPN2. No update yet as to Yang's availability. Major League Baseball's reached the All-Star break. They are convening in Philadelphia. Home Run Derby tonight starts at 5 on 910 ESPN Portland. The All-Star game is tomorrow. Christopher Sanchez of the Phillies, Dylan Cease, the Blue Jays named your starting pitchers. Coverage on 910 ESPN Portland will begin tomorrow at 4 p.m. Rough go for the Thorns up in Seattle. They fall to the rival Reign 2-0. Portland will head to Colorado this Saturday to take on the Summit. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Back in 6:29 on Portland Sports Leader 105.1 The Fan. Good morning. Hope your weekend went well. Got a lot to get into today. Victor Wembanyama did the thing that I actually said months ago I was terrified he would do.
Yeah, bastard. That French
Least
bastard.
surprising news I'd seen the reaction, and I'm like, why are people surprised by this? He's literally said money does not matter to him.
He's also still making a lot of money, and he lives in Texas. And I don't know if you know about this, but Texas taxes, it's not a bad deal for him.
Probably has a nice little setup in Paris when he wants to leave.
I think the guy's doing just fine financially.
So we'll dive into that. People have put out a quarterback list, so now we're really hot and bothered by the rankings of the NFL quarterbacks.
I'm ready to yell. You throw it at me anytime, I'm ready to yell. How dare you?
I've reached a conclusion that your boy is the most polarizing, contentious quarterback in
Is he the most debated one in the
League.
top 10 today?
I think he is.
Yeah.
I don't know if other people feel that way, but in reading and hearing, I feel like your guy is the most polarizing one on the list.
Yes, because people in the NFL love him, and fans who care about playoff wins don't understand any of it.
Yes, that is very true.
Nothing but excuses.
The Seattle Seahawks sold this weekend.
They did. A lot of money.
$9.6 billion.
Is Jody going to pay for the Moda Center rebuild with that $9 billion?
She doesn't own the building anymore. She sold it for $1.
Isn't it supposed to go to charitable causes? How about the city of Portland being a charitable cause and pay for the damn arena, you witch?
We'll talk with Ian Furness coming up at 8:05 about the Seahawks' new owner. It is the All-Star break, so we'll talk to him about why the Mariners suck so bad.
Welcome to the All-Star break, everybody. I forgot baseball was still going on until I was reminded the home run derbies tonight.
I didn't know the home run derby was tonight until Swag said it. I'm like, cool, the Netflix home run derby.
Yes.
Can't wait.
Back. Do we get Berman back on the call?
No, who's doing the broadcast for Netflix?
I don't know the answer to that.
I have
I
no
know
idea.
Michael Irvin's a part of it because I brought that up last week. I don't know what Michael Irvin's doing, but the FIFA Jameis Winston thing has worked, so I think that's a thought process. Funny football guy, get him on, have him yell, but I don't know who's calling it.
I'll give you a take. You should find out where the highest percentage of homers is hit for like 3 different batters or 4 different batters.
Find the hot spots in the outfield.
And then you send Irvin into the crowd
to try and catch home runs.
with a mic.
That's a good idea.
Going crazy and reacting to what he's seeing from his vantage point. I don't know if they're going to do that, but
According to AI, Matt Veskurgen
Oh, that's right. He's the
will do
Netflix
it.
guy.
Elle
Yeah.
Duncan will be part of it because she went to Netflix.
Yes.
Our girl Lauren Shahadi is going to be the on-field reporter.
I might check it out. I might watch
That gets
it.
you to
I mean, I like watching home runs.
Netflix.
I'll turn it on.
Bonds,
Yeah. I mean, why not?
Pujols are supposedly a part of it.
Okay.
Oh, they're
I should-
participating?
I should
Rizzo,
remember this
Hunter
because this
Pence,
was there.
CC Sabathia. So a lot of the MLB network types
Folks
will
are
be
doing it.
involved in this.
They've only done one game. The only game they did all year was the opening game, which
Yeah.
should have shown me what my season was going to look like. But now that you're reminding me of this, all those folks, I think were on the opening night call, too, of the Netflix game.
Yeah, so we'll talk with Furness. We'll dive into Blazers. Ja made his media debut,
They gave him a nice polo.
kind of, sort of. I still think very odd to do it that way.
Here's your team polo. Go stand in front of the reporters.
General manager didn't talk at all.
No.
I just, all right. And we signed somebody, too. We could have had
did.
somebody reacting to Ja coming in and why they did that, paired with this is why we signed this player that nobody
They
has
didn't
heard
even
of.
have like a table or a banner. or
No,
anything.
he
No.
just stood in a room.
Here's a little meeting room.
I was
Have
told
at
it was a Memphis guy who was already there for Summer League reasons.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hyken, Quick, Golliver, Orem.
Yes.
Yeah.
I did not recognize any other voices watching the press conference.
Really?
Yeah. I heard, like I'm saying, of any other reporter. I didn't hear any other
Oh,
reporters.
no, that's who
Yeah.
I know was.
Yeah.
That was it. That was the only people
Heard all
that
of
were
them
there.
ask questions.
Yeah.
I got some stuff out of it, but the timing of it and the feel of it, very weird.
Very odd. Young
Very odd.
Hansen made his debut. We'll talk about that coming up today. But I want to start with the World Cup. Got the semis.
We got the semis. Semis are set.
Yeah,
We participate much this weekend.
pretty good Saturday
I
of
watched
action.
probably 37% of the soccer on Saturday.
Of like both matches?
Total,
Of the
yeah,
total matches?
matches. Yeah, probably about 20% of each game.
Okay.
They were both compelling. I love the England celebration at the end. I saw the final 20-ish minutes of that game probably and turned it on, and then I missed the start of the Argentina game and then watched a good chunk of the aftermath of that one.
I should have gambled because I text Patrick before Norway England. England's going to win 2-1.
Ooh, you had the number in your head.
And then I text him Argentina's going to be Switzerland 3-2, but they won 3-1. So I
Close
should have
call.
bet the over on goals with Argentina.
That was a close call. They were all entertaining, though. All the games delivered. I thought they were all, from the time that I watched, they were all fun to watch.
I haven't look. I'm just going to give my 2 cents on this because I'm not. I think a lot of people who are not diehard soccer fans have started to tune out. Now we'll have to wait to see what the TV ratings say about this. I could be way wrong.
I'm sure they'll still be pretty solid.
I feel like we're way overreacting too much to too many calls.
Ooh, yeah. The
Like, there's been
Switzerland red card are we talking about?
Yeah,
I know
mean,
that one was controversial.
I know there was the controversy in the Argentina-Egypt one, and
Yeah.
everybody does the same thing. Oh,
Yeah.
VAR, FIFA's making the call. Here we
Right.
go. And I'm like, some of these things, I'm like, is that really that big of a deal? Some of the calls I've disagreed with. I still am hung up on the Croatia-Portugal offsides call. I thought that was horrendous, and we should have had a tie match going into extra time. But I largely, I'm not getting over my skis on some of these calls that they're making, and I feel like the collective internet is
Not
screaming
happy.
about how awful or fixed it all is.
Yeah, I will say the Switzerland one is the only one. There might have been others in the other games, but I was watching when that happened, and they went down to 10 guys for the rest of the game. I have a hard time yelling about it because I just don't really understand the logic or the rules. And so when because I see that, and you guys can look at me and say, well, Dirt, this is the way it always works.
Sure.
I didn't view that as a dive. Like, he tripped on his own feet.
Oh, but he's kind of
No, that
selling
was
it,
a
though.
dive.
I know, but
the
he
problem.
does the
But do you know
exaggerated-
exactly what, if you're running, here's my point. If
Yeah.
you're running full speed,
Right.
feet get tangled up, I'm sure you can feel your foot is a part of that, but do you have a full awareness that nothing else touched you? And then you kind of, I get the falling down part, but I don't know, the idea.
So-
and maybe people say this is what gets flopping out of soccer, and that's why you do it.
Yeah.
That felt very aggressive
No,
to
the-
me, but I also don't know the rules.
The problem was
they're really kicking him out of the game for that?
it came from the video review
Yes.
because
They initially called a foul,
Which
right?
is where
on-
people
the ref
say the
called
call
the
was
foul.
made to go review it to get him
Right.
out.
Yeah, and so I think the rules are fairly specific that if you overturn a foul, then it has to be. I don't think there was much wiggle room.
So if you
for
overturn the
ref.
initial foul call, it almost
and that's
is
what the
automatically a red the
broadcasters
other
were
way.
trying to drill down with their
Right.
rules official, and he sort of said it. He
Rules
didn't.
officials are the biggest waste of space in broadcasting
Yeah.
history.
Dude, they almost
They
always
present
agree.
nothing in any sport.
Nothing.
Nothing's
They
clear.
tell you what you're watching. Well, let's see here. It looks like there's a foot there, and it's like, yeah, I know. I'm watching. I
How
can
many
see it.
times has a rules official on a sports broadcast made or helped you? Because I can think of one example fairly recently
the
where I
ones
went,
that actually help
that makes sense.
the most are golf officials.
Agree with that.
because they.
There are circumstances
play-
that come up that I don't even understand.
This
I'm
is
like,
the
where's the
rule.
drop? Oh, you do it there? Okay.
Here's what the players' options are. You can
Right.
do this or that.
You can
Okay,
go
of
back
the
and hit
core
it here.
four. I have one.
Usually it's football because they have the most specific, weird, inane rules about a particular situation. Like if you're in a special team situation, the rules are completely different from regular play.
Right.
That sort of thing.
Does baseball have rules officials?
No.
No.
I don't think that they do.
They don't
do
need one.
No, you don't really
They
need
review
one. but-
everything now, and they largely
Yeah.
get everything right because
Yeah.
they've got, the strike
There's
zone
usually a
and all that.
producer. Plus, they can go. I think somebody's wired up with the
Central Command.
central command.
Actually, their
so-
officiating's probably the best in all of sport right
Agree
now.
with the review system in place. Agree with that.
So the last time I can remember this was the NFL season, where a ref, an official, whatever. What is their broadcast?
Rules official or
Rules official.
officiating expert.
Rules
I don't
expert.
rules expert.
Yeah. It was during the NFL season, and it was the Seahawk-Ram game with the 2-point conversion that still I claim should not count.
Right.
Because literally even the Seahawks players were acting as if it was a dead play handing the ball.
They had no idea.
But they walked us through why. I mean, I remember who is this? Is it Terry McCullough on NBC?
Probably, yeah.
He was like, guys, this might be 2 points for the Seahawks. And I was like, what?
What are you talking about, Terry?
And then he shows the angle of the ball.
Terry, don't you do this to me.
And I'm like, because Charbonneau just picked it up and handed it to the ref. We're really going to count this. And they did. And it ended up being everything for not like they won the Super Bowl, but
sure,
they hosted the
NFC
playoff
title game would have been in Los Angeles had it not been for that play. And they maybe still win the game, but that's an alternate world we don't know.
Like NBA guys, I just find so, no offense, Steve Javie, you're not telling me anything.
I also don't trust when you get the rules officials in different sports doing different sports. Those ones bother me sometimes. Like, who's the CBS guy that pops in?
He does the college basketball.
He does college basketball, too. And I'm like,
Gene
right?
Steratore.
Yeah, I'm like, look, I know that you did. You're an NFL guy in my head. Get out of my college hoops, okay? You're NFL. Stay in your lane. Yeah. You don't have enough bandwidth to do both sports.
Yeah.
So that one didn't make any sense to me. I was yelling at my television for Switzerland of like, that seems a little harsh at this moment of the game. But, Argentina took advantage.
Well, we get France and Spain tomorrow.
Yes, we do.
And then we get England and Argentina on Wednesday.
Who's going to win the whole thing? Top four, first time the top four have ever advanced. Did I read that correctly?
I'm picking England.
You're taking England?
Of the 4 teams left,
I think I'm rooting for them.
I'm rooting. Why?
I don't know. I'm not rooting for Argentina. They just won it.
You want to see the back-to-back thing?
France, like, whatever.
A back-to-back thing would be kind of cool.
Spain is like, people tell me they're the Iowa of FIFA, so I'm out on Spain. England, I think Harry Kane seems fun. I like their Wonderwall song. I'm in on England.
I think I'm rooting for England.
Why the hell not, man?
England.
They haven't won one since, what, 60s?
Yeah.
Late 60s?
It's been a minute.
Probably going to be France.
Probably.
France is a favorite, and if France gets a lead, you're in big trouble.
Yeah.
Sure. I just think that England team's feisty as hell.
When's the final? So we got tomorrow, Wednesday?
The 19th is the final. So Sunday.
Okay.
That's a great day to have a World Cup final.
Is it early in the day or later in the day?
I think it's like noon.
Noon final?
Noon 1, somewhere around there.
I'm going to Tacoma. I got to get back in time.
Get back by
Sorry,
noon.
I got to leave early.
Got to get back by noon.
I'm
World
out
Cup
now.
final.
Let's get to this. We'll get to Ja Morant's introductory into Portland coming up at the top of the hour. We'll dive in all the football dealings. Washington's broke, and their coach is out here talking about DeMond Williams, so we'll talk about that today. Teed up perfectly for Andy Johnson. I'm like, oh, there we go, a gift from the gods. So we'll dive into all that. Coming up next, I don't really understand what the point is, and still not excited. Next on The Fan.
The biggest.
Ja Morant spoke to the media for the first time as a trailblazer in a polo.
You might have to tell him about urban hiking. He's out on hiking, but he might be in for an urban hike. Said no hiking for me, but I do like the outdoors. Have you ever heard of an urban hike?
Well,
Ja
he said
Morant?
he goes on walks.
He likes going on walks.
So this goes back to our conversation years ago when I said I'm an urban hiker, and people said you're just going for a walk, and I simply pointed out there really is no difference. It's just one's on concrete, one's on dirt.
You're an urban hiker. Yeah, I think he's going to be an urban hiker. Welcome to town, Ja Morant.
He's also a fisherman, and
Yes, he
he's
is.
a kayaker.
According to his Instagram, I guess over the summer, he's been very into outdoor activities.
He's very grounded.
He's gonna fit in perfectly.
So we'll get into the Ja Morant side of stuff. So Friday, did you watch Young Hansen, or did you miss it?
I
It's
saw
okay.
bits and pieces of Young
Bits
Hansen.
and
I didn't see
pieces?
the whole. I'm not watching an entire summer league game. No, but I did know when the game started, and I probably watched the first 15-ish minutes, and then it was like, all right, that's good for me.
I think we have the worst summer league team of all time.
Yeah, like we're getting criticized for not. There was a picture of us playing Orlando and like the benches and how many people we have, and it's like, dude, we didn't have a first-round pick. Our only interesting player of Summer League is not playing in the second game. Like, we genuinely don't care. So we can criticize the organization and the owner for a lot of stuff. That's not one that's going to do anything for me.
Yeah, so the Younger, if you missed it, because you did, because I wouldn't blame you for, watching it or not watching it, didn't finish with the greatest of stat lines.
No, he did not.
He had 12 points on 10 shots. He had 4 turnovers and 9 boards.
Yes. Couldn't even double-digit rebound.
I don't know why we're
Summer
still
league.
doing this. I don't know if this is the standard Blazer thing, and I see it in the media too. It's not just fans. There's media members that are doing it. I've seen enough of it to just tell you, like, no, this is never. What's that? It's Mean Girls. Why are you trying to make
make this a thing? It's never going to be a thing.
Yeah, that's him. We signed a forward center on Friday.
Yes, we did.
We already signed another center, and then we re-signed our backup center from last year.
Yes.
By my calculations, that's 3.5 centers.
He's 4th on the depth chart.
He is 4th or 5th, depending on what the rotation is going to be. He's not playing this year.
Nope.
They would have to suffer catastrophic injuries at that specific position for him to play.
If he plays a lot, you're in trouble. Let's just say that.
Yes.
Because that means
he
of your
was
guys
still
have gotten hurt.
atrocious on D. I just he didn't play in their second game.
He had an illness, didn't play last night.
He had
against
illness,
Orlando,
and there's people that don't think he's going to play again, and I just laugh at this idea. Like,
why not? He
what,
needs every
what have you
rep
proved?
Possible. He should
Darren
be-
Peterson's playing every single game for the Jazz. Does Darren Peterson need to prove anything?
No, he looks like he's 10 times the player Young Hansen is, and he's still playing in every summer league game.
And he's playing in every summer league
I don't care
game.
if it's embarrassing. I don't care if it's a bad look for the organization. He should play every second and every minute of every summer league game that he possibly can.
Absolutely.
And also, what are we ill from that you just played 2 days ago and now we can't play in a basketball game? Why don't we push through Young? We need some reps here, okay? I just maybe having some stomach bugs will help lose some weight and get him a little more fleet of foot. You just watch him and there's nothing that looks well,
because they take the 2 highlights that stick out from the game.
Sure, he has a dunk and a roll. There's nothing.
He can't move. He's not quick. He's not light of foot. Like
no, he's not
struggles.
an elite shooter. It's one thing if
No.
you're slow, but you're an elite shooter. And so he's like knocking down threes and you can't leave him alone on the other end. He certainly has good vision. I give him credit for that, but it takes athleticism to play in the NBA no matter what your position is.
Yeah.
Like we're worried about Donovan Clingan not being fleet enough of foot against some other centers in the league. And could he be a matchup problem if you get him out on the perimeter?
I think you saw that a little bit in the playoffs.
Yes, he had a really hard time against Wembanyama. Now everybody's going to have a hard time against Wembanyama, sure, but like there's just watching him, and you never want to say never because crazier things have happened, but there is nothing that stands out and says this guy's going to be a legitimate NBA player. And he's going into his second summer league. He's going to play an entire year in the G League while sitting on the bench probably for a number of games to appease fans and ownership. And then outside of that, we're going to be probably right back where we are right now next year because there doesn't seem to be a lot of growth over his first year in America.
Like I saw our guy Gundy, who still is a believer in
He's
Young
still
Hansen.
buying stock. We had him on the show, and he said he's buying stock.
And I saw his takeaways, and I'm like, I watched it too. Like,
these are not NBA players. It's NBA
it's
Summer League.
You're not dominating Summer League. Don't tell me that you're going to be some like real actual threat in the rotation at some point if you can't do it in year 2, and then you're going to be limited to just one performance?
He's not going to actually play in games this year either to make him better. He's going to go dominate in the G League because he's one of these weird tweeners where he's too good for the G League, but obviously can't hack it in the NBA. And so you'll send him. It's like the guy you send to AAA and he hits 385 in AAA, and then you call him up and you're like, why is he hitting $179? Let's send him back down. He hits 374 over a month. All right, let's call him back up. Now he's hitting 183. He's a weird tweener. He can dominate at that level because of his size and his passing ability, but none of that really translates to the NBA because he's just not athletic enough. And if you're that big and lumbersome, you have to be a physically dominant big. Like if you're slow.
He's 7'3", right? Isn't he listed as 7'3"?
He should be grabbing 19 rebounds a game and blocking 5 shots.
He was getting kind of boxed out by Malawach.
He didn't have double-digit rebounds in a
Don't you
summer
feel
league
like
game.
You could go box him out, like if you lined up right
My
on the
fat
on the
ass
top
could move
of his
him off
knee,
his spot a
you'd
little
just
bit, I'm
collapse
sure.
him, he'd
I'm
fold.
pretty confident you couldn't, actually.
I can move him. He's weak.
I don't think
Fleet of
anybody on
foot.
this show could move him at all.
Call him little feather toes, young Hudson. I'll push him out of the paint.
It's one thing you could counter and say, well, Wemby had like a 5-rebound game in the finals, and I would say, absolutely, and we killed him for it, but guess what? He still is the depoy who also probably scored what in that game? 27?
Right.
And he still, blocked 4 shots and affected 10 others?
He can handle the rock and shoot the 3. And
Sure, you can comp it to that, I guess, if you want. But the fact that you're 7'3", not dominating, and I don't want to, destroy the guy, but also I think we're fairly close if we're not already there for most, and I think we are because I've not met an actual Blazer fan in my life, like a real one.
An actual person.
That actually believes that he is going to become anything.
No, we believe in a lot of stuff in this city. I once believed in Elliott Williams, so I'm right there with you, but I have not met that person either.
Craig Smith had a moment. The Rhino.
The Rhino.
But we are already, I think, close to saying out loud, what about that made us want to make that pick instead of finding a rotational, not an all-star, but a serviceable rotational player. And, oh, by the way, Cedric Coward, who we did not draft, had a great rookie year.
Yes, he did.
Made the all-rookie team. He has played multiple times. There's a guy with that kind of rookie year doesn't usually play Summer League.
We didn't do that with Klingon last year. Remember, I don't think we played Klingon in Summer League. And now he ended up having a good year, so that was fine. But I remember that being a talking point.
It's a real thing of he's
why are
too
we
good
not
for
playing
Summer
him?
League is the takeaway. And people are saying, well, Young's going to play 2 games because he'll be too good. And I'm like, I saw him playing 1 and he wasn't that good.
Nope.
I don't know. Wave the white flag already. I am. I don't know who still believes, but
I think I've been waving the white flag since draft night.
I mean, I'm kind of with you. Yeah, it was a ridiculous
It was
pick.
a bad pick to begin with, but it was even worse considering the fact that we literally had a top 10 pick the year before and took a center. And I don't know if people are aware of this. We can play multiple guards at the same time. Hell, if we want to get weird, we can even play 3 of them at the same time. Is it a winning strategy? No, but technically you can do it. You don't play 2 centers at the same time.
I actually disagree with you. And we'll get into this with the Jaw stuff. I absolutely think they're telling you we're going to be playing 2 bigs this year.
Oh, we're getting 2 centers at the same time?
If you look at the rosters currently constructed, you can't have another takeaway based on who they've signed.
Denny Avdia's playing the 4. Come on down, buddy.
We'll talk about all of that. John Morant introduces himself to Rip City. We'll start there. Hour 2, Dirt and Sprague on the Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Young Hansen might be one and done for the Blazers at Summer League, playing Friday night a pedestrian stat line, then did not play Sunday in their 115-108 overtime loss to the Magic due to illness. No update if he's available tonight as Portland takes on the Minnesota Timberwolves, 8 o'clock on ESPN2. Major League Baseball has reached the All-Star break. Philadelphia hosting the festivities this week, including the Home Run Derby tonight. Will start at 5 on 910 ESPN Portland. The All-Star game set for tomorrow. Christopher Sanchez of the Phillies, Dylan Cease of the Blue Jays named your starting pitchers. Coverage again on 910 ESPN tomorrow begins at 4 o'clock. Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the 105.1 FM and 1080 AM. The Fan.
Hey, welcome back in. Hour 2, Dirt and Sprague here, 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. Good morning. Hello. Happy Monday, everybody. A lot to get to today on the radio program. We'll get into some NFL, top 10 NFL quarterbacks. So you ready to yell?
I am outraged. And very angry.
The Washington Huskies made some headlines this weekend.
I'm very happy.
There's a weird internet rumor about the Oregon State Beavers joining the Big 12, and I don't really know why that's a thing.
Seems kind of cruel to keep throwing those out there to the fan base.
Yeah, but there's some counts doing it that probably shouldn't be doing it.
Yeah, probably
unless
not.
They're actually sourced, but I don't have a track record of that being true.
Be really cool if it happened. I just don't think it's going to happen.
R.I.P. to Sam Neill.
Yeah.
Woke up to that news today.
That was tough. Him and Lindsey Graham over the weekend. Who's the third? Mitch McConnell's alive. We got to find number 3 in the big board.
Can I call a timeout?
Oh, we going conspiracy theory?
I don't know if conspiracy theory is a thing I'd say. It's pretty clear that photo was a...
Fake photo? I don't know how to tell fake photos from real photos.
Well,
I don't know how it's pretty clear.
They were asking the social media... is it Grok?
Yeah, Grok.
I love that he called it Grok instead of Gronk. It just would have been so much better for me to believe a robot named Gronk.
Be great if you could press the button and it actually reads it in a Gronk voice.
In a Gronk voice.
The one of the dumbest humans alive saying some of the most thought-out research things.
Actually, that's not true.
Scientifically speaking.
18th century says.
It was saying that was an AI photo. People pointed out a photo from like 4 years ago that looked almost exactly the same.
Got the same photo?
I'm just pointing out,
He tried the
dude.
vet move and put the newspaper from the day on the lab because it was, people sourced it. That was that day's newspaper.
But the AI uncovered that newspaper was, you could not read it, which is what makes it AI. It looks real, but it's not real.
Not a readable newspaper.
It's very interesting.
So maybe we did have a big 3. I don't know.
Sam Neill being with Lindsey Graham is depressing.
That's a tough one.
That's
yeah.
not the big 3 I want.
No, you want, if you're in a big 3, you want to go out with a good big 3.
You want it to be
in a bang.
similar big 3.
Yes, I kind of group them into a same silo. Those are very different people from very different walks of life.
Vastly different people, indeed. So R.I.P. to Sam Neill, one of the all-time greats. One of my favorite movies of all time, Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
Binary Brewing and The Fan have teamed up for the Only Fan IPA, available for a limited time. Taste The Fan with Binary Brewing's signature West Coast IPA. Go to Binary Brewing's Beaverton location and ask them about their Only Fan. So good. Only The Fan and Binary Brewing can pull it off.
Fantastic.
One of our listeners, P1 Jeff, was at Binary Brewing, and he got an Only Fan.
He was in town, wanted to go over and get a beer. It's a great beer. Had a couple at the Fan Golf Classic.
It is fantastic. Go check it out at Binary Brewing. A lot to get to in the second hour of the radio program. We talked a little Young Hansen at the end of hour 1. If you are still a believer in Young Hansen, may you be right and may we be way wrong. I've seen basketball players my whole life, and I just don't see what anybody can see to say, yep, going to be a foundational rotational big for us. Definitely book that one. So
I love the thought from a listener that our analytics department said no on Jaylen Brown, but yes on Young Hansen in the first round.
Jaylen Brown net negative. Young Hansen too good to play a second summer league game.
We can't let him sit around till the second round. We have to draft him right now. Thanks for that, Mike Schmitz, you draft guru.
Yeah, he'll go kill it over there in Dallas. Ja Morant made his debut with the local media at Summer League. They did not hold a press conference in Portland with the general manager speaking. They had decided to instead put Ja Morant in a polo, stand in a ballroom with 4 media members and answer questions.
What some people would call a gaggle of reporters. Not a full press conference, just a gaggle.
We got a few things from Ja Morant out of this.
A bad guy. The rain, man. It rained a lot.
Can't wait to play that in November.
It does, Ja. It does, buddy. Enjoy it while it lasts. You should get out of Vegas, come to Portland now, because this is the sweet spot of the year.
When we're going into week 10 of college football, and it's going to be like 3 straight weeks of just...
The rain, man. It rained a lot.
47 is the high, 38 is the low, and the weather is the same every day.
I told my wife, 9 more Sundays, guys, until I'm betting on the NFL. And she goes, yay? And I go, well, I'm excited, but I'm not excited about the weather.
I saw an East Coast guy covering the World Cup who was in Seattle for the USA game, and he had this big takeaway of like, man, why isn't Seattle this beautiful? There's so many businesses. This is such a gorgeous city. And I'm clicking through the responses like, well, how is Seattle not a bigger deal, even though it's a major media market, obviously? And almost every response was like, yeah, wait till November.
The rain, man.
Wait till November. For about 9 straight months. You go, wait till November, about 9 straight months, and then you'll be all right again.
Well, I pulled quite a few Ja things here, so we can just start on Ja Morant on coming to Portland.
Super excited. Obviously excited to be in Portland, ready to get started there. Definitely, grateful for my time in Memphis. That'll always be home for me. But yeah, it's time to get to work now.
He also talked about having a new start. He's leaving Memphis, left Memphis under, not the greatest of terms. The team had kind of checked out on him. He had checked out on the team. He had the off-the-court issues. He couldn't stay healthy. And he talked about having a new start coming to Portland.
Get to, start fresh, like you said. New home, new team, new organization. I get to show, the fans in Portland, a different Ja. So it's like starting all over again. And
he was asked about what a different Ja looks like in Portland, and this is what he said.
Just staying more focused and, what's the most important thing. Not worrying about, none of the outside stuff. Obviously, I'm in a new place now, so, everything that was a problem or was said now that was in Memphis, it shouldn't matter to me no more. My focus is Portland.
So a different Ja, a new Ja is coming to Rip City. We got more cuts I want to get to.
We got Ja 2.0.
We got
is that
the
what
new
we got?
Ja.
The new version of the Ja.
Hey man, here we go. Launch a shoe and come to a different city.
I mean, look, there's not a lot of in-depth stuff there, right? That's pretty surface level and exactly what we would expect him to say. There is an element of belief, though, for me. That's kind of been the takeaway even since going back to the trade before we even heard from Ja Morant. I think he's smart enough to understand that this is your last rodeo. If you screw this one up, your career is over. Teams aren't going to want to take chances on you. You were a face of the NBA, and the team just had to attach $1 million to trade you away.
Yeah.
And I think that's a pretty big wake-up call of like, man, that's how low your value is. And so there is an element of, him talking about his life off the court. He's got a kid and, kind of slowing down a little bit. He hasn't gotten in trouble in a while. He's getting more into, nature and physical activities and a fresh start. I think we've seen too many times to count in sports that sometimes things just go bad in a certain market. And that certainly was the case in Memphis, not between him and the fans. The fans will always love him, which is why he'll always have that kind of soft spot in his heart for Memphis. But with the organization and the team and just the direction they're going, and I do think he's going to benefit greatly from a fresh start. And if I were him, I would be very eager to start over and start creating a new narrative. And he seems to be excited for that opportunity.
Yeah, he was asked about, some of the stuff that had happened to him off the court and whether it was kind of self-inflicted, and here's what he had to say.
I've done, what I've done in the past, but it's been addressed and handled already. So I don't see why, years later, that's still the topic when nothing happened since, And I feel like if I was that guy, y'all wouldn't be talking to me now. I wouldn't be here, so.
He also was asked about if he reads any of the stuff or hears the stuff said about him. Obviously, Bill Oram kind of stepped into it, and the Oregonian did a editor's note. Orem was there, and to Orem's credit, I thought he wrote a really good piece about how Ja had actually DM'd him in the middle of all the backlash and blowback he got, and basically was like, I don't judge people before I meet them. I hope you can do the same thing going forward. And, to say Ja won the press conference or made the good impression, like, it's the least surprising thing. That was one of the easier press conferences you could win. There's 4 people standing next to you asking you pretty simple questions.
Press conferences already have a 98% success rate.
Accountability, new me, gonna play hard, looking forward to revenge, chip on the shoulder, accountability, I can't wait to be in my new city, shout out my old city. Like, there you go. There's your bullet point rundown.
Box check.
But he was asked about reading bad stuff about him, and this is what he had to say.
Yeah, I mean, early in my career, I used to see it a lot. Sometimes I used to reply. Well, no, all the time I used to reply. Then as, years went on, I would still see it. Sometimes I don't reply. And then, now I just feel like I'm at a point in my life I'm used to it. I just read some of the stuff, and if I feel like I want to comment or something, I just do it, direct.
So, he's owned up to some of his stuff, also making the point, like, if this was as bad as people make it seem, I probably wouldn't be in the league, or I'd be, not in a position to be releasing another shoe. You don't have to agree with everything he was involved in or attached to, but, he's basically just telling you, like, this is not the same, or some of that stuff that you talk about is not exactly true.
It has been a couple of years. To his credit, the NBA suspension of 25 games was in 2023?
Yep.
Now, the only follow-up I would have had with him was his own team suspended him literally in November last season for conduct detrimental to the team.
He did, him and the coach,
and that they just did not get along, and so that was one of the fears bringing him in, right? First-time head coach, this player, he's been a bit of a coach problem, so that would be the only point of contention I would have. But to his credit, I mean, he's not wrong. It's been a number of years since he's been suspended by the NBA.
Yep.
And if he had continued that behavior over the last 3 years, he would not be in the NBA anymore.
He was asked about his health. He has not played, 79 games in 3 seasons. Part of that suspension, but also big part of it is his health. He was asked about how healthy he is.
My body feels great. Obviously, I really don't, look in that too much. I just know what I got to, go out and do, this upcoming season.
He was also asked because he went from 12 to 1.
Yeah.
Did you see the funny note where he signed the jersey, but he put 12 instead of 1, and he were like, oh, no.
Oopsies.
One staffer of the Blazers said, why don't you just make the 2 a heart?
Ooh.
I don't think he liked that.
No.
I don't think he ended up doing that.
Nah, you just keep it 12. It'll be 1 of 1 autograph.
But he was asked about switching numbers. What he had to say?
Yeah, first, and then, it talks through. The org had other plans for it, so I honored it.
So he wanted 12, actually.
It's so weird.
So let's just talk about this now, so we can get into it. Because I'll get to the 5-guard thing. He was asked about, being one of 5 guards and if he thinks it can work. We got Mike Inori audio. Mike Inori was on the broadcast during the game.
He was on both games, I think.
He also did a Sirius XM radio interview. We are out to Mike Inori. I have no clue if we'll get him. I've heard.
Be great to have him on.
I had one Blazer person say, I attached so-and-so to the email. Hopefully they'll get back to you. I followed up. Thanks so much. We're very flexible. They have not responded. So I don't know. Hopefully we get Mike Inori. He seems like a good dude to talk to. So they're going to retire LaMarcus's number this year.
Oh, you think it's going to be this year?
I do. He was cited sitting next to Dundon in San Antonio.
In Portland. He was at Game 3.
You're right.
I remember looking down being like, is that LaMarcus Aldridge next to Tom Dundon? Yes, it is.
In Portland. I think the relationship's been established. I think you've already heard LaMarcus the last 2 seasons kind of do the whole I shouldn't have left, I should have stayed with Dame, I was immature, whatever. And what's going to be weird to me is you can argue about LaMarcus and if he should be retired. I know a lot of Blazer fans actually don't think he should be retired as a number. He had some accomplishments, but did he have enough where you say nobody can ever wear that number again? The problem with the organization is we have too many people that don't deserve to be retired, that have already been retired, that you've kind of set the bar so low as a precedent. I also would say this. It's going to be very weird for me to see him go up in the rafters before or ever before Roy.
Well, that's the weird part is that they told Melo he also couldn't wear 7, and that was a long time ago, and we still haven't retired that number. So we're in this weird gray area of like,
But
you
that,
can't
that
wear
was
the
not
number.
relayed the same way. That was a second offhand thing of why he's 00. This is Ja Morant smiling at you saying
Sure.
they have plans for it.
And my point would be, we just never got that interview with Melo, and I think that's exactly what happened. You can't wear number 7. I don't know why Melo would just randomly choose on his own volition to change his number.
Oh, I'm sure behind the scenes
Like,
they
he
said
asked for the
7 is
number.
a very controversial
you
number
can't
to
wear
wear
7.
right now.
We're going to retire it.
But that, to me,
You
is
might
as
as-
loud as you'll get.
If you're not going to retire it this year, I will reiterate, what are we doing? Just retire. Like, if you want to retire the numbers, that's fine.
Well, Riggins just got retired. It only took
It's
him 50
ridiculously
years.
dumb. He's one of the greatest players in franchise history, and you're lucky he's still alive. He's incredibly old, man, and that would have sucked to wait until he passed away and do it, and only his family's there.
Sure.
Let these players enjoy the moment. Now, we can debate whether you want Roy or Aldridge retired. Maybe you want both. Maybe you want one. Maybe you want neither. I don't really care. The point is, if we have jerseys that can't be worn, retire them. This is such a Portland Trailblazer
silent
thing to do.
retirement of a jersey.
Silent retirement of a jersey where you cannot wear it, but it's not in the rafters yet. Now, maybe your theory is correct. Maybe the number goes into the rafters this year. I personally don't think it'll happen this year. I think we're going to drag our feet on this for a few more years and let them get a little bit older, and that will make this look even dumber. Because if you're going to retire it 5 years from now, what are the chances Ja Morant's still playing in Portland in 5 years? Let him wear 12, man. Doesn't impact anybody. It's just a number. It'll be okay.
That being said, where are you at on LaMarcus being retired?
I'm personally not a huge fan of it. I think the way that you leave an organization should have something to do with how you're remembered inside that organization. There's certainly no critique of the level of player he was and the overall standings and the statistics and all that, because I think if you look in the top 5 of almost every category, I'm sure LaMarcus Aldridge is near the top 5 in almost all of them. Points, rebounds, games played, minutes, all that. He was here for a long time. He was a very good player. I just have had the stance for a long time. I'd like to see the bar raised a little bit. The guy won 1 playoff series, right?
Yeah.
And I think you can have the same
Damn game winner, Houston.
Right. And
But
I think
he was
you can-
amazing in 1 and 2.
Yes, he was. He was fantastic in that series. And then the next year he flew on his own to Memphis and bailed in free agency, and we lost him for nothing. And that is a part of his legacy here. And so all of that goes into the fold for me. I would just like to see the organization have a higher standard for retire numbers.
The ending of almost any relationship in sports is not
It's usually not good.
pretty. I mean, even the Giannis thing, he's trying so hard to get people in Milwaukee to not be mad at him.
It's also a little bit different because he won a
I
championship.
know, I totally acknowledge that, but like it still doesn't change the fact that he was never going to leave and he was Mr. Buck forever.
And he left.
And now he's a Miami Heat. And so but that shouldn't change the totality of what he accomplished. Like I think LaMarcus, even though he fell way shorter of a title and they only won the 1 series, I don't know if holding that one element on him was his career good enough to be retired as a Blazer? That's a point-blank question. That's not, well, how did he leave or how did it end? Those are valid things to bring up and relive and say, oh, I felt this way about it or I viewed it this way because of the one quote he had in the newspaper. Dame also, by the way, said it like 80,000 times loudly.
Yes, he did.
And then demanded a trade and left and went to Milwaukee, and now he is back. And so all is forgiven. But I don't know if that one little thing, how does that stack up to what the Blazer run in career was? You can still think he's not retirement worthy as we pivot from somehow a Ja to a LaMarcus thing. But I thought it was interesting.
Because they retired the jersey without retiring the jersey.
Yeah, seemingly, right? And I want to get to the Ja stuff and the 5 guards. But also, like, you can say his career was not good enough to retire a number and then just stop it there. I don't know if we should be, as sports fans or media, saying, well, the end of the career for that guy at that place should dictate no, when you have so many examples of it not always aging well with what? The overwhelming vast majority of athletes don't end their careers with one team and go out on a swan song and feel good like Jerome Bettis and John Elway.
Very rarely happens.
You usually get the guys where so-and-so is on a different franchise and the franchise is telling them you're no longer a part of our plan.
Yeah, for me, it matters to me as a fan, and I think if you're retiring numbers, that's the main group that you're doing it for, outside of the player, obviously, right? It's a massive deal for the player to have his jersey go into the rafters, Hall of Fame, all that kind of stuff is a big deal for them. The fan relationship is a huge aspect of it and the reception of it, and I feel like I have the ability with nuance to look at circumstances and say, some I get and some I don't get. Not every exit of a team is the same. It usually doesn't end well. That point is valid. I think when it got to the end with Lillard, while there was obviously some vitriol of him demanding a trade, anybody with a brain between their ears could say what? Like, yeah, dude, I get it. We drafted guards in back-to-back drafts. You wanted to be a Blazer forever. You thought that they were going to try and win. They never traded anything to help you win, and you got to the point where it's like push comes to shove. Giannis is kind of a similar spot for me. The Aldridge one, he ran because he was jealous of the attention of Lillard, and it's a fair thing to say that shouldn't impact the retirement of the jersey. It's clearly
he also
not.
went to a better organization and team.
He did, and look, they're going to retire his numbers, so the conversation is moot, but if you put me in charge of doing it, I would just say let's raise the bar a little bit, and I wouldn't have any issue with that with Roy either. Roy was a great Blazer. It ended better for him here in terms of, it wasn't ugly in terms of a divorce. He just couldn't stay healthy, and that was super tragic. The poll and the sentiment from the fan base will always be stronger with Roy, but any on-court argument you're going to make about Aldridge, you can directly make about Brandon Roy as well. Brandon Roy never won a playoff series in Portland.
It was also such a short run.
It was a very short run, and he never won a playoff series.
Roy type stuff.
He was a great player, but he was good for it was like the Terrell Davis Hall of Fame candidacy.
It was.
I get it.
But he also the thing about Roy that's interesting, too, is because the sample size is so short.
Aldridge was a much better player than Roy.
But Roy was much more beloved.
Yes, it's not even close.
He also brought us collectively back to the
He
arena.
did. It was a big deal.
Like, LaMarcus was a good little player as a young guy, but he was the third banana of what should have been their triangular
and then he turned into the best overall player.
Well, he did. Part of that is also the Roy story, right?
Yes.
Because he deteriorated and Aldridge elevated his play, like coincided at the same time, and then that ended. But there's something a little deeper about the Roy part of it than there is, I think, LaMarcus. We always identified with Roy more of the two.
Right. I would just like to aspire to be the kind of organization that raises the bar a little bit more.
So C.J. McCollum.
If we retire CJ's jersey, I know we're going to.
I've been on the record.
I know we're going to.
You know what's going to happen.
I'm going to scream into a pillow when that happens.
The fit for the Blazers, they made a signing Friday. If you had to Google who it was, you're not alone in that. And the head coach talking about all of how this is going to work with 5 guards and a couple bigs. We'll talk about that coming up next on 105.1 The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the Blazers Summer League squad 0-2 over the weekend, losing Sunday to the Magic 115-108 in overtime. Portland did not have center Young Hansen available due to illness. No word if he'll be available tonight as Portland takes on the Timberwolves in Vegas at 8 o'clock on ESPN2. All-star break for Major League Baseball. The festivities going on in Philadelphia today. It includes the Home Run Derby. That'll start at 5 on 910 ESPN Portland. The All-Star game will go tomorrow. Starting pitchers announced on Sunday. Christopher Sanchez of the Phillies for the National League. Dylan Cease for the Blue Jays in the American League. We'll have coverage on 910 ESPN Portland tomorrow at 4 o'clock. Rough go up in Seattle for the Thorns. They fall to their rival, the Reign, 2-0. Portland on the road this Saturday, taking on the Summit in Colorado. Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
We got a laundry list of things that are kind of non-sports we can get to today. We got Wemby and his contract stuff.
We had a fight in Vegas.
We did.
Well,
we had
multiple.
ex-teammates.
We had one non-fight and one fight.
Oh, yeah, we did.
See what I did there?
Yeah.
Very big deal.
We'll get to that. We have a list of the top 10 worst states to live in, and we're not on the list.
What?
How about that?
We're not on the list?
No.
Did they want to recount?
It's led a lot of people in the South to make their own list, and where do you think they would say
I'd imagine
are
we're
the
relatively
worst
high on that
places
list. I'd
to
imagine we're pretty high up
Did
on
I see
that
we
list.
had a shoe-throwing incident in the WNBA?
Oh, somebody threw a shoe?
Oh, I missed that.
We had a George
I didn't
Bush
catch
Iraq
any,
situation? Somebody-
WNBA action.
Somebody hocked a shoe at somebody? Like a player?
During action.
Player on
the
player,
floor,
shoe
got
throw?
tossed.
Really?
Yeah.
I got to go watch that highlight. That's great.
Was it at Caitlin Clark? Because that's going to ruin a
No,
lot
I don't
of-
believe
Brains
Caitlin
would've
Clark was
melted.
involved in the game.
We
But
would have shut down the league. The DOJ, Cash Patel, would have stormed in and arrested the commissioner.
Kathy Engelbert, you're under arrest.
You're under
It
arrest.
is over. You're done. You're going to prison.
Guantanamo Bay, no charges. We'll see you in a year.
And I heard a really funny admission from somebody who admitted they did this all to have a girl like them.
Oh.
And there wasn't a payoff.
No payoff. It didn't work out for him.
Unfortunately, it did not work out for
Ouch.
them.
That's tough. You go the extra mile, it doesn't even work.
Washington is broke, and their coach talked about losing their quarterback.
Yeah.
And the NFL list, Ian Furness coming up at the top of the hour. But we were talking about John Morant.
Well, no. Now we have people yelling about LaMarcus Aldridge and Brandon Roy. That's what we have now. It happens every time this topic gets brought up. Somebody very upset that I said Aldridge was a better player than Brandon Roy.
Well, I think
It's also unfair. The injuries, like if you look at
he
the
had
numbers,
a better career than Brandon Roy. It's not
the
yeah.
sentiment.
The
I
better
understand
player was
it.
Roy when healthy.
Sure, at his peak, it was a
Yes.
year and a half.
I know. It wasn't
And
long
also,
enough.
are we sure about that based on what Aldridge turned into in his last couple of years in Portland? At the time, Roy was the better player. But if you comp Aldridge's last 2 years in Portland,
Yeah, but Dirt, if I told you Brandon Roy had like a 10 to 12-year career like a normal player
you're hoping
normally
he
does,
could turn into something greater than
you're
that.
probably betting that he's better than peak Aldridge, right?
Yes, but also we don't know that. That's part of
kinda
the
think we do. I
conversation.
kinda think we do.
I mean, you don't know what the ceiling ultimately is on a guy.
He had Well, how many? He had 50-point games. He had game winners. Like
Marcus Aldridge did that in the playoffs and won a playoff game single-handedly.
Back-to-back 40-point on the road. First player
time in
since
NBA
Olajuwon and Jordan. Right. He was one of 3 players to ever do that.
Roy's 2 best years were obviously the 2 years he was second-team All-NBA, third All-NBA. He was 22.6 points per game.
How many All-NBAs does Aldridge have?
In his career in a Blazer jersey?
No, his career.
In his career, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5 All-NBAs?
5 All-NBAs.
How many is a Blazer?
3 is a Blazer.
3 of the 5? Okay.
3 of the 5. He had 1, 10, 11, and then his last 2 years in the league, or not in the league, but in a Blazer uniform, where he was averaging 23 and 11. Like, so I don't know. I understand the promise and the optimism, and Roy will always mean more to me as a fan than Aldridge, but that's also we're playing a game and charting out a course that we never saw. It's like saying the potential of Odin was great, sure, but his career in a Blazer uniform was a disaster. It was just over far too soon to ever know what the answer was.
Your neighborhood restaurant group brings the fan poll question on Twitter every day, and dinner tonight at one of the 5 locations: Sandy O's, Big's Chicken, Reverend's Barbecue, 808 Hawaiian, and Laurelhurst Market Steakhouse. Poll question is up at Dirt and Sprague. Should the Blazers retire LaMarcus Aldridge as number 12? Yes or no?
I voted no.
You did.
I did.
Ja Morant talked yesterday, played a lot of that audio, and one thing he was asked about was 5 guards being on the roster. Here's what Ja Morant thinks about having 5 guards.
I mean, I love it. I feel like all those guys you named probably will most likely unlock, new parts of my game, and, I feel like I can do the same for them. I don't feel like it'll be a problem, having us on the floor or making sure, minutes match or anything. I feel like we all very unselfish, and the ultimate goal is to win, and that's what we're trying to do.
Do you care if you start or come off the bench or how that goes?
Nah, I don't.
Doesn't care.
He doesn't care. Do we have the Mike Nori thing on the?
Yeah, on the bench. I sent that one to Swag last night. Should be down at the bottom.
I have a contract thing. I don't have what?
Yeah, it's right above.
Oh, yeah, okay, sorry, there we go. And here's Mike Nori. He was on the broadcast. He had this to say about the idea of Ja Morant coming off the bench.
Well, I don't know. I mean, to that thing, the other thing is I take people at their word. So my thing is you can say it, and if it has to come to that, say, hey, well, you said you didn't care, number one. But the second thing is I really believe guys like Ja, guys like Dame, guys like Drew that have been through it, been around, they want to win, and winning is the most important thing. And if you can put yourself in to do that, whether it's coming off the bench or starting, as long as you get your minutes, and it's I would never say it's easy, but to your point, we got 4 spots, 1 through 4. They may be small, they may be this. Obviously, when you talk about Klingon and Robert at the 5, the majority of the time or whatnot, but it's going to be, they're going to get their minutes because we're going to be able to play hard and put pressure on people and exert some energy early. So hopefully they do play themselves to not exhaustion, but where they can get out and go back in and they could give us really good 28 to 32 minutes.
So the Blazers on Friday, if you missed it, they signed another player, and that is forward center Micah Potter. And
we got shooters. We got shooters. Let's go.
I promise you, that's a real player, Micah Potter.
I read it as Michael Porter first without seeing the picture, and I thought, what?
You thought we just signed Michael Porter?
It's like, huh? He was a what? Oh no, Micah Potter.
It's Micah Potter.
Is it Harry's brother, cousin?
9.7 points per game, 5 boards last season for the Indiana Pacers.
How many games did he play?
He played 47 games. He averaged 19.3 minutes per game. He shot 42.3% from 3. Now, I said this before the break, and I'm being serious. They're going to be playing 2 bigs. They're going to a lot of 2 big action here because you've got Brendan Carlson, who they signed. Another who? Micah Potter now, who many today will probably tell you is a 4, not a 5.
Yes, he's going to play the 4.
He's going to play the 4.
Yeah.
Because they want to do the stretch thing. And then Klingon and Robert Williams, because Young Hansen will not be playing for this team this year. Unless there's an injury and they need him, he will not be playing. But
this one makes sense as a 4, a little bit more. The idea of 2 bigs is still, I don't know anything about the cat that they sent from Oklahoma City. I've literally never seen him play basketball, so time will tell on that. The idea of Klingon and Robert Williams playing together does not do anything for me as a fan.
If a player plays 19 minutes on an Indiana Pacers team that was 3rd or 4th worst in the entire league, can you honestly tell me you watched Micah Potter play basketball?
No, fair point. I had not seen him play either. Just his size, I'm just saying from a size standpoint. standpoint because he's not over 7 foot, right? Isn't he 6'10"?
Yeah, he's
6'9".
Like 6'9".
So that then the Carlson guy, or Carlton as I'm calling him, I believe he's a true 7-footer.
Yeah, but he's more of a stretch big than he is a traditional.
He can space the floor a little bit. I don't know how that fits with Klingon. This one, at least from a size angle of it, fits with the other bigs to play the 4.
Well, that's going to do it for your Blazers, barring a trade that comes out of left field for Trey Murphy. That's 14 players on their roster as of now, and if you follow the Blazers, they don't normally go the full boat 15. They usually open that up for a two-way.
You don't really need 15 guys anyways.
So your Portland Trailblazer roster is going to be
the job is done.
Robert Williams, Shaedon Sharpe, Micah Potter, Ja Morant, Dame Lillard, Vit Krejci, Drew Holiday, Scoot, Young Hansen, Donovan Cleanan, Sidi Sissoko, Brendan Carlson, Tumani, and Denny. Those are your 14. There is your offseason for your Trailblazers.
Hello, graded.
I was told Giannis, and then I was told AD.
Jaylen Brown. Don't forget Jaylen Brown.
And then I was told Jaylen Brown.
They got the deal in place.
And then I was told Trey Murphy.
Yep, that was going to happen.
And all these players are going to sign massive extensions with Portland. It was a done deal. And they ended up adding a 5th guard and addressing their size with 2 players that nobody's heard of who are both white.
We got the power forward version of Vit Krejci. That's who we acquired this weekend. Because everybody's going to tout his 3-point shooting just like we did with Vit Krejci. He's got a good contract. And did you know? Hey, guys, did you know? Yeah. He shot 42% from 3 last year. Did you know that? 5 a game, too? High volume. We got ourselves a shooter right there.
Yeah, we do.
And then he's not going to play in the playoffs because he's unplayable. That's usually how it works for us.
Has this landed with people? Or is there still a belief we'll make the trade?
I think there's still a belief that we'll make the trade because there's a disbelief of this can't really be it, can it? Also, of all,
isn't this exactly what the Blazers have been doing to us for most of our lives?
Shaedon Sharpe still being in a Blazer jersey is really, really funny and weird, and not something I expected at the end of the season.
After his 4-minute game in the playoffs?
After we refused to play him in the playoffs as the 7 seed who was all but certainly going to lose and could have used, I don't know, a second-year or a third-year guy getting a little bit of experience. If you would have told me in the middle of July he's still on the roster, I'd call you an idiot. There's no chance of that.
I have no idea what New Orleans is doing. Just a very bad team who has all these players that they covet and do not want to trade. That being said, I also wonder if they are indeed done, which I think they are. I've been saying this the whole time. I think the Ja move was the move. Shams said it on TV.
This is it. It's their big swing.
And I tried to tell you this was going to be their last signing. It's going to be some wing forward you've largely never heard of that they're going to tout as the potential on a $1.5 million contract. It's very Blazery to do that.
Scrap heap shooter.
The one thing about the Shaedon thing that doesn't really add up in any way, but I think it also tells you, in my opinion, and now if he's traded, I'll walk it all back and throw a pie in my face. Is it not tell you what the league thinks of Shaedon Sharpe?
Yeah.
There has to be another side of this element. It can't just be, well, the other teams have to do business with him, Sprague.
Right.
Or it could also be the other team goes, I don't want Shaedon Sharpe.
We consider it a fair or a good contract in some world, but if you're unplayable in the playoffs,
if you can't play a guy making $20 million more than 7 minutes in a playoff game, you're kind of telling me what you think about him, and that tells me what I should think about him.
Yes.
And that's not very hopeful, but I hope he can have a recovery season.
Right. You guys lost in 5 games, and this guy couldn't play 25 minutes for you in the postseason?
So get ready for the double bigs this year and 5 guards on your Portland Trailblazer team.
Coming to a lineup near you, baby. I cannot wait. Catch the Ja Morant fever.
I'm a little more open-minded that Ja will be coming off the bench.
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting answer from Nori. I like his spin on it of, hey, I'm going to take a guy at his word. If he tells me it's not a big deal, then if I sit you down, it better not be a big deal in the locker room. Time will tell how all this is going to work out. Maybe it's much ado about nothing, and this concern about rotations and playing time figures itself out. I don't love the idea of Shaedon playing at the 3. I think he's a little undersized for that. I think it hurts you defensively, especially considering the 2 guards that are with you. You're definitely going to have some flexibility. Some are better defenders, some are better shooters, some are better, attacking the rim, highlight reel kind of guys. How they make it all work is going to be fascinating to see. Still not in love with the idea and wish there would have been a bigger swing for a little more size and athleticism.
Getting to Blazers maybe in the final hour a little bit. We still got this Micah Nori cut on his contract with Tom Dundon.
Tommy D, old Tommy Two Nickels.
Well, people are noting how cheap our team is in the summer league because we don't have as many seats taken up.
That's right. Need more people on the bench.
I was also told Ian Furness might yell about Tom Dundon.
Yes, he wants to hammer Tom Dundon. He's anti-Tom Dundon.
We'll talk with him about the Seahawks' new owner, who used to be a Niner guy.
Yeah.
If he's going to yell about Dundon, are we going to yell at Furness about how the new Seahawks owner famously bought an entire strip of beach that was once public to basically deny people beach access.
That
is the his billionaire being a cool billionaire.
That is the most rich guy thing to ever do.
It's a very,
I want these people off of my beach.
I'm just going to buy this whole stretch.
If I had billions of dollars, I'd probably do the same thing too.
If I could buy the entire stretch of Cannon Beach for no elk and no humans,
I would do it.
Well.
How much is it going to take, Cannon Beach? Give me your number. Let's talk. My people call your people.
So Ian Verness will join us coming up at the top of the hour. Dirt and Sprague back with more. 741 on the Fan. The Seahawks have a new owner. It's the All-Star break. Why do the Mariners suck? But also the division's really bad, so they're still right there. We'll talk with Ian Furness coming up at the top of the hour.
Did you know the Chicago White Sox are in first place?
They're having a nice little season.
They're in first place.
Them, the Pirates, and the Miami Marlins, kind of an underrated.
Yeah, and they're all like
good little stories.
Good little stories,
Okay.
yeah.
Aren't they all like 5 or 6 games over 500?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like you're in first place and you're 51 and 45. Like, it's not. You're not 47 and 48 and in first place.
So we'll talk with Furness coming up at 8:05. We got college football to get into today. A coach talking about almost losing his quarterback to the portal. Mm-hmm. And then we'll dive into the NFL because we've got a top 10 list, boys.
Oh, I'm ready to defend my. You know what I am? You know what I am right now? I'm Jon Snow, getting my sword out. Everybody coming at me. Bring it on for the guy 7th on the list. I'll take on your hate. Bring it.
As we noted earlier, R.I.P. to Sam Neill, the beloved actor, famously known from Jurassic Park, amongst many other projects.
I don't know a lot of other movies of his.
Event Horizon.
I don't think I ever saw that.
Terrifying movie.
Is it? Yeah.
Like, so scary.
Yeah, I know that he had a long Rolodex, but I was trying to rack my brain when I saw the news of like, how many of his movies have I actually seen? It's a pretty small list.
It is a small list.
But great in Jurassic Park, an all-timer.
A phenomenal, seems like a stand-up good dude.
Seemed like a good dude.
Fought for conservation in his native New Zealand, so we're going to miss that. And R.I.P. to Conor McGregor's UFC career. That was one of the worst comebacks. That was Aaron Rodgers.
How do people feel if you paid for that fight? That's pretty tough right there.
I have a neighbor that lives behind me, and I was going for a little run Saturday evening.
Yeah, I kind of forgot that was happening, and then I saw the highlights on Twitter.
I ran past the house. There was like 7 cars.
Ooh, get together, watch party.
And I'm like, oh, they're probably here for the McGregor fight, I bet. And I could hear them, you know. They're probably hanging out, a bunch of families. And I look, that he was still a draw for people, and that fight lasted all of 40 seconds. And he did a kick in the air and missed it and got hurt. And then that was kind of it. That was all she wrote.
It. Has anybody ever had an easier win in UFC history than that? That has to be the easiest one of all time, right? What's the payday for winning that fight? That guy did literally nothing.
He got a pretty good payday given the stage it was. But in that same fight, Patty the Baddie, Patty Bimlet, he
seems
won
like a
in
funny
19
character.
seconds, but choke out.
Really? That quickly, huh?
Yeah,
I did see a guy who covers the UFC say at least it was a very good card. The underneath card was pretty solid and all the other fights delivered. But yeah, man, you're here for the main event, and that was over rapidly.
Many stories of the week, and I don't know if one has quite... I have one personal one that's really, it grabbed me yesterday at a quinceañera. But
did we wear the mask, by the way?
No. In fact, we underdressed.
Oh, you did.
I had a Mike Lynch moment.
Did you go super cash?
I was basically told very casual, so I wore a T-shirt, a hat, and some standard shorts, showed up, and people were in ties and button-up shirts, and hair was done all nice, and I was like... Cool, man.
Business casual. Should have gone business casual.
Leave it to the white to show up not quite prepared.
Happy hour special.
I know.
Come on, man.
Ended up being a great time.
Yes.
Have you seen this video? And this isn't great, the best radio, but have you seen this video circulating the internet of this old guy that's been bucked by a bison?
How can you miss the video? I've watched the video probably 462 times at this point.
Leave it to Swag.
You haven't seen it, have you?
See this video.
You got to go watch the Buffalo video. It's a hell of a video.
Just type bison old man.
Just type Yellowstone in and it will pop up. It was at Yellowstone.
So the video, for anybody that's like Swag hadn't seen it, there's a bison that's like being a very bull-like bison, a huge bison at Yellowstone, and it's dusting up everything. It's laying down. And off in the distance, this isn't a guy that's like trying to pet it 2 feet away. Off in the distance is this old guy with somebody else. And he stops and he's taking a photo. Again, he is a pretty good distance away of where you would want to be.
He's doing everything, like, because in the park, you intermingle with the animals. You're amongst the animals.
That's why I don't want to go to Yellowstone.
And I don't blame you at all for that, especially when you see a video like this. Sometimes you get the jackasses who don't follow the protocol and you get too close and you're like, dude, you deserve to get gored, and I kind of hope you die.
I have no sympathy for
this guy did everything right. He's keeping his distance. He's a long ways away.
Like the peoples are supposed to be.
Nothing wrong, no bad behavior here.
Well, this bull didn't agree with what we're saying. So he gets up and he starts charging at the old guy.
Yeah.
Like, and I'm talking, he's probably in his 70s, this guy looks like.
Tonka coming.
He's got a long beard. He's wearing overalls. He's an old-looking dude.
This looks like an old hippie having a good time at Yellowstone. Yeah. He sees this. He starts running into this group of trees. He runs around the group of trees. The bison follows him in. So, like, I'm talking, this is a bison...
Yeah, I know.
This thing is huge.
They're large creatures.
I know, but this one is like bigger looking than I've normally
seeing
seen.
those things in person is awesome.
So he goes and through the trees. You can see the bison almost like a dinosaur in Jurassic Park. The trees are just going back and forth.
Yeah.
He finally emerges, the old guy.
The guy's like playing hiding. He's trying to hide behind the trees.
Smart
keep it out of
move.
the- Yes.
I
veteran move.
would have kept playing that game,
There was also a younger person with him, and the whole time I'm like, is he trying to distract the bison away from the younger person? Is he trying to protect somebody here? I don't know what we're doing.
He turns, and all of a sudden, he starts running because what he sees that you don't see on camera is the bison has emerged.
Here it comes.
The bison emerges. He starts running. Bam! Bison bucks him up legitimately, might be 10 to 12 feet in the air.
Looks like a rag doll from an SNL sketch.
Just a rag
His
doll.
body's flipping top over end.
Yeah, top over end. Boom, he lays down. I think the bison eventually has made his point and moves on. They've interviewed this guy.
He survived?
He survived. He had a couple of broken bones. They said he was in good humor.
Yeah, he said he was making jokes about the whole thing, but it looks... I mean, I've watched this 20 to 25 times already.
It is absolutely horrifying.
And now my family's going to hate me saying this, and they're going to be like, you're such a weenie. I don't want to go to Yellowstone.
You don't want to go to Yellowstone?
Nah, not at all. Not remotely interested.
Yellowstone, from what I remember, we were pretty young when I went. I remember being blown away by some of it, intimidated and scared by some of it. I would love to do it again, but then you see a video like this, and I'm like, might not want to do it.
So the guy that follows the protocol still gets bucked 12 feet into the air.
You stay in your vehicle. How about that? How about we just stay in the vehicle at all times? We don't get out. You can come right into the vehicle, but hopefully I survive this. The other funny part about this video is if you go back to the beginning and watch. So it's this old guy who gets bucked by the bison.
Yeah.
He's standing with a younger grandkid
Probably
or something,
a grandkid, right?
And the kid is wearing a Miami Dolphins jersey. And now everybody on the internet is trying to figure out because it's number 14. And so is it a Quinn Ewers Miami Dolphins jersey? Is it a Ryan Fitzpatrick Miami Dolphins jersey? Is it a Jarvis Landry Miami Dolphins jersey? And so now we have internet sleuths trying to figure out what Dolphin is she supporting.
What would you guess?
My guess would be a Ryan Fitzpatrick Miami Dolphins jersey.
Really?
That would be. I think of the prominent jerseys you could have bought, that's probably the top. I don't know if you're quite going to buying Quinn Ewers yet. I mean, 1 year in, he just played a little bit at the end of the year. They did bench Tua for him. Jarvis Landry's a while ago. My guess is a Ryan Fitzpatrick jersey, but no, I don't think anybody could see because I don't think you ever see the backside of the jersey. She runs into the trees and you don't see her anymore. So now it's this online debate about what Dolphins.
He is so far away. He's using binoculars to look at this animal.
He's like 50 yards away, probably.
Gets up and is just pissed off.
He should have jumped in. There's a truck that drives in front of him. He should have just jumped into that bed and rolled off with that thing.
Well, how about the truck have any wherewithal, I guess, to see that there are people? But I guess they're behind the trees.
How about you set a screen or something, buddy? You know, let's run a cover here.
Man,
guy got tossed.
He just gets tossed
up into the air. Somebody tweeted, "I love the new Jackass movie. This looks entertaining. I might go see it in theaters."
I'm going to guess that's Fitzpatrick. That'd be my guess.
That's my guess
as well.
too. It would be an upset if it was Quinn
You're
Ewers.
not buying a Quinn Ewers jersey, are you?
Maybe it's a Dolphins diehard.
Maybe
I don't know.
They're a Texas fan.
They're a Texas Dolphins fan. I don't know. Could be.
I don't know big of that. I'm just glad he's alive.
Yes.
It's so comically high how high he gets launched by this thing.
I'm glad that we can laugh about it because it's a hilarious video.
Better a bison than a grizzly.
Yes, without a doubt.
That's a different ending to that video.
Without a doubt.
Loaded third hour of the radio program. We'll talk with Ian Furness. The Seahawks have been sold for a record price. We'll talk with Ian Furness about the new owner, and it's the MLB All-Star break, so what does he take on the Mariners' first half? Ian Furness, Hour 3 on The Fan.
It's time for Who's Stinking It Up?
Do not go in there.
A sports lowlight, ripped from the headlines.
We couldn't do diddly poo.
Brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. Schedule your appointment online at threemountainshomservices.com.
Yannick Sinner's supremacy is again the story at Wimbledon.
Yeah, who cares?
That's coming from you. You're a tennis guy. Bad finale at Wimbledon.
Terrible.
Yeah, no good, not entertaining.
Yes,
not compelling.
Severic is never going to beat Yannick Sinner. That was a terrible match.
Do we have like is this like a Twins-Yankees situation? They just can't beat him.
He's won 10 straight matches. That was the number 1 versus the number 2.
That's the number 2 guy in the world?
This is Agassi Sampras.
Holy hell.
This is not the same level
They
of
need
tennis.
a little bit of, where's Adam Silver? Maybe he'll take over, bring some parity. Where's the second apron when you need it?
Who's stinking it up? The men's final of Wimbledon, brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services, who want to make sure your AC is working smoothly. They have a tune-up special now for just $89. Supposed to be a super hot one today and tomorrow. Three Mountains certified techs ready to help you beat the heat. Book your appointment today at threemountainshomservices.com. Hey.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, will Young be one and done at Summer League for the Blazers? Had a pedestrian effort in their Friday night loss. Sunday didn't play due to illness. Portland 0-2 after a 115-108 defeat in overtime at the hands of the Magic. They will try again tonight in Vegas at 8 o'clock against the Timberwolves. You can see it on ESPN2. Major League Baseball enjoying the All-Star break. Everyone convening in Philadelphia for the festivities. Tonight it's the Home Run Derby. Coverage at 5 on 910 ESPN Portland. Tuesday, our coverage starts at 4 on 910 for the All-Star Game. The starting pitchers announced. Christopher Sanchez of the Phillies goes for the National League. Dylan Cease of the Blue Jays will go for the American League. I'm Jason Twigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the Fan. 1080 AM, The Fan.
Hey, welcome back in. Hour number 3, Dirt and Sprague here, Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Good morning, everybody. Got a lot still to get to over the next 2 hours of radio. We're halfway to go here today. People asking, are we sure the old man was not Ryan Fitzpatrick himself that got tossed? And the beard, I got to admit, once you made the joke, the beard kind of looks like a Ryan Fitzpatrick beard.
You know, other
a little too much gray, a little too much old. But yeah, the look's the same.
One listener said, I saw somebody from Idaho last week threw 2 chickens into the boiling pools. Now they're banned for life.
Okay, live chickens? Are we talking a live? Do we need a live chicken to get the hex off?
Do you get in trouble for throwing
Jose's glove?
Dead chickens in
I don't
a
know.
boiling pool? I think they were alive.
Live chickens, huh?
What a horrific death.
Are we exercising a curse? Is this a demon? Do we have demons out here
It's
we need
somebody
to get rid
from
of?
Idaho. I think we can kind of conclude.
Can we get an interview with this guy of why? What's the point?
No, I don't
Just
want to talk to somebody.
You just felt like killing a chicken, and you could kill a chicken a lot of different ways, you know. And if you're going to kill a chicken, you know what else you can do? You could eat it.
Don't they always say, like, the person willing to, like, mistreat an animal in a weird sadistic way is really just getting closer to murder?
That sounds about right, yeah. If you're throwing chickens into a boiler, let's go ahead and get you out of society. I don't know if I trust your ability long term. Speaking of chickens, by the way, Ian Furness coming up here in a couple of minutes. We'll talk to him about the Seahawks sale, and he wants to dump on Tom Dundon. I told him, fire away, buddy. We're not the home of the Blazers. Do whatever you want.
Tom Dundon doesn't own a Seattle team.
No, he didn't.
He
just
asked Tom Dundon.
He asked an unsolicited question, can I kill Dundon? And I said, buddy, you whatever you want to do, man.
Is this because of his broadcaster friend again?
I don't know.
He's already kind of done that.
We'll have to ask. We'll have to ask and find out. Maybe there's more ammunition for him. Speaking of chickens, though, I did have a very proud dad moment. For the first time last night, off of the bone, Teddy Ball game, multiple chicken wings. And it was a very proud moment.
He liked it, huh?
Usually we cut the meat off, make it simple. You just pick it up and eat it. And I was like, you know what? I think he can handle the chicken wing. I think he knows what he's doing. He knows his way around the bone. He's going to figure this out. And he grabbed it. Now, not all the meat. It wasn't a barren bone. There was a little leftover meat that we eventually picked off, but got the gist of it as the wing eating went on. And it was a really proud moment of like, dude, you like them, one, thank God, because we're doing a lot of these in football season. And two, you got to know how to eat a wing as a man. It felt like a rite of passage.
A flats or wing man?
He was more of a wing guy.
Because of the hold?
The flats were a little confusing for him.
The wing is just a simple grab and bite?
Couldn't quite figure out where to bite into the flat. You know, I had to try and tell him, no, the flat side right here.
Right.
But then he figured out taking one bone out makes it a little bit easier, and he's like ripping the bone out himself. I'm like, dude, this is awesome.
I'm a flats guy.
You're a flats guy, really?
I'm a big flats guy.
Big flats guy, huh?
I'd never thought about this question until I started dating the wife.
Yeah.
And then the wife made an order at a restaurant years ago, and she went, can I just get all flats? And I went,
nothing but flats?
I went, wait a minute.
You can make that request?
We can do this?
Is this allowable in society? Wing places, are we allowed to do this?
And, like, wings aren't bad,
Yeah.
but it does have that, like, tendon and the chewy stuff that you don't want to chew. The flats are just undefeated.
Let's see what our guest thinks. Ian Furness, 93.3 KJR up in Seattle, studio host for the Seattle Kraken, good friend of the program. Ian, are we a flats guy or a wing guy?
Oh, like drumsticks?
Like
or
drumsticks or flats, yeah.
You know what? I almost say it depends on the ones, because sometimes you get the flats that are sensational, but sometimes you get them with nothing on them, and then it depends on the place you're going, bud. Like it really is. And really, that's like asking about. I love wings, so it'd be like asking about your favorite child. You know, so.
Well, the real answer is you have one, but we don't want to say that out loud. So if you went to your favorite restaurant that serves your favorite wings,
where's your go-to wing
choosing,
spot?
The flats or the wings?
I would go with the wings if I'm going just as a go-to, just in case. Because usually it's harder to go wrong in that regard.
Yeah, so, I'm with you there. There's a higher floor with the process.
I would say so. I would say so.
A little more meat.
Very much. Very much so.
We're talking with our buddy Ian Furness. So what's the reaction up there in Seattle? You guys got bought by a 49er. That was kind of a fun spin. I saw a Seahawks fan on our YouTube chat making the joke, if you can't beat them, join them. So we got a new owner. What's been the reaction of the sale over the weekend? And did we know this guy's name? Like, was this a thought of thing, or did it come out of left field?
No, that family had been the Coastal family had been talked about as one of the three groups that was kind of out there, and the NFL does a pretty good job of keeping these things under wraps. So we had heard the name, and I mean 3% ownership of the 49ers isn't much, right? So he's a sports fan, which is great. Obviously, it's a great investment with the appreciation of NFL teams. NFL teams all make money. I mean, there's, $450 million comes in every year just on media rights deals alone per team for the league. I mean, it's just an obscene amount. So, I think in that regard, there's always going to be trepidation with something new. There's always going to be a little concern. I mean, we had the Ken Behring situation from, the 90s, who was a Bay Area guy that bought the Seahawks from the Nordstrom family and drove them into the ground, and actually tried to move them at one point. Actually did move them temporarily for like a week or so down to Long Beach. I think was it 95, 96, whenever it was. But I mean, there's that kind of worry. But I think at the end of the day, we're pretty confident up here. I mean, I haven't been on the air since it happened on the weekend. We'll see what people say today. But I don't think there's too much concern up here. We knew it was coming, and there really wasn't any local ownership that was available in that regard. So you take the tech money and you run with it.
Well, you don't want a new owner to ruin anything, especially when you're coming off of winning the Super Bowl, your second one in the organization. But I'm kind of curious, like, even if the people buying these teams, because the NFL is such a huge price, you set a record at $9.6 billion. Like, you got to have real deep money if you're going to be investing in the NFL. The structure was interesting of him buying it, him being announced, and then we find out that his wife is the controlling governor representing everything at the meetings. I thought that was fascinating. But also, because you've got Schneider and McDonald and you're coming off a Super Bowl, how much just of a non-story it kind of almost is, because you just feel like the organization is already humming at a high point, that there's just somebody else controlling the money now of all this stuff.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, is that, guys, when I did see with the wife being the controlling owner was an interesting one. I guess that did catch my attention briefly, and then I kind of thought about it because, when Paul Allen owned the team, for the most part, he didn't attend the league meetings. He didn't deal with it I mean, that was Paul. I mean, you guys know he's a recluse. I mean, he wasn't out there. And Mike Holmgren is a big part of our station, and Mike's told us over the years, Mike went to most of the owner meetings and represented Seattle when he was here. And then later on, it was whoever the team president was at the time, Todd Leiweke, a lot of times as well. I guess that would have been pre-Holmgren. Leiweke would do it, and then later on, like a guy like Chuck Arnold, who's the business side president, would kind of deal with those things. If it was football, then maybe it would be a Schneider or somebody along those lines. But, I think that's the thing is, and I could see that happening still, if that's the case, if they're going to let these guys run it. I guess the question would be on the business side. I don't think there's a question on the football side. You wouldn't think. I mean, John Schneider is, arguably, if he's not the best GM in the NFL, he's right there. He's a Hall of Famer. He's built 2 Super Bowl champions, 2 separate quarterbacks, with 2 separate coaches as well. No one's done that in the history of the league. That's just different level stuff what Schneider's done. I don't think he'll mess with that. Obviously, they got Mike McDonald. He's under contract, as is Schneider, for a while. The business side's the part that you kind of wonder about, right? Like, what's going to happen on that side? Are they have their own people that they want to run? The business runs fine. They do a great job. Chuck Arnold's the president, worked his way up from an intern with the franchise years ago, and took over as a team president about 6-7 years ago and has done a terrific job. I mean, I don't want to say it's turnkey. That's not giving him or his staff credit. How they operate in that front office, it's the gold standard in town, whether it be the PR staff, the corporate marketing staff, ticket sales, what have you, community relations, community outreach. Everything they do on the business non-football side is top-notch, first class. They've always spent money. They don't worry about finances. They don't penny pinch. I always think it's really an interesting thing, guys, and I mean, we can get into what's going on down there because I think you can compare and contrast the two former Allen-owned franchises, right? The Seahawks and the Blazers. On the Seahawks side, what's wild is that people don't leave. Like, they are there. I'll just use the PR staff, for example. They've all been there for at least 2 decades or more. On the PR side. Same with, like, I know a lot of the folks just from my years of traveling with them that are on the marketing side, the corporate sales side, corporate partnership side. They have all been with the franchise for years, decades, I would say, as well. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on there on the business side that seems to be positive, but these are businessmen, so you wonder if they're going to come in and change that. I can't imagine anything changes on the football side.
Right. I mean, you just won a Super Bowl, right? That's been the funny, like, the dichotomy of opinion between Seattle fans on Jody Allen and Portland fans on Jody Allen has been pretty funny to watch over the last handful of years because down here, they've been a dumpster fire. They didn't properly tank. We got nothing to show for it. We took a Chinese center in the first round last year who's unplayable in Summer League going into year 2. And it's been really bad. And we also never heard from her. On the other side, you have Seattle, where it's this kind of turnkey. She takes over. It's already a well-run organization. You got a great GM, and they've been successful in winning. And so it's been funny to see the split. On that note, I imagine she went out with a very high approval rating up there. Mm-hmm. Do we know anything? Because we don't follow it that. Like, do we know what she's spending this money on? Because I believe it's all supposed to go towards charitable causes and things. Like, do we know? Because I think in the total, she made like what, $4 billion something from the Blazers, and now this nearly $10 billion. Do we know where she's sending that money?
No, it's all part of the Allen Trust, and it's going to whatever charities they go to, and that was in his will. So that
we could use a new arena if you want to let her know. We're we're fighting over that one down here right now.
Yeah, I'll pass that along. It's just wild the difference in the perception of the two, right? Because now listen, we never heard from Jody either. Yeah. Like, the first words out of her mouth we'd heard in years was when she accepted the NFC Championship trophy and the Super Bowl trophy and that kind of thing. Like, she was never made available to the media ever. And really, I'll be honest with you, I think this was more of at times. Now, she made some big decisions, which I'll get into. I think Bert Kolde was kind of her eyes and her ears, and that's a name that I know fans down there don't like either, and I get it. And trust me, I get that. I'm not a fan of Bert either. I had some things to say when I was working, sitting in that seat down there in Portland in that studio. I had a lot of things to say about Bert Kolde. I mean, he was the guy that took credit for hiring John Nash and just flushing that franchise down the toilet when Paul was sick the first time. Yeah. And, I think the guy's an ego play that's kind of a nobody, and I'm not a fan. That said, I'm convinced Bert was the guy that really kind of started the ball rolling on moving away from Pete Carroll and making a move a few years ago. And what would that be, in 2023, I guess it was? Bert was on every road trip with the Seahawks, and he was in the locker room that I was in and other beat guys were in after the final game of that 23 season when in Arizona, when guys were smoking cigars and celebrating after they didn't make the playoffs. And it was so dysfunctional. That locker room was dysfunctional, the Jamal Adams effect, the Geno Smith effect, all the stuff going on there. And I'm pretty sure Bert was the guy that really, because he was in there. He was in there all the time. I never saw Jody once. But I remember walking out of there, and a lot of us were talking like, this is just messed up. Like, there is something broken and wrong. And never did we fathom that they would have the stones to fire Pete Carroll, but they did. And I think Bert did that. And that had to be, Jody had to sign off on, we're going to keep one or the other. We're going to keep Schneider, and we're going to get rid of Pete. And it was it was the right move. It was a great move, and they did it, and they moved on. Jody had to sign off on that. Jody had to sign off on trading Russell Wilson, and that was one of the greatest trades in the history of Seattle sports. I mean, and Russ went to her and said, "I want to do this. I want Pete out. I want John out. I want my own strength staff. We got to bring other he wanted the whole staff, the whole building fired." And Jody basically middle fingered him and said, "Pound sand, fella, walk out. Get out of here." And the next thing you know, he's traded. So she did have a say when it came to big stuff. But day to day, she let John do his thing. Let Chuck Arnold do the thing on the business side, and away they go. And you compare that with what was going on in Portland. I think maybe if nothing else in Portland, the frustration would have been she wasn't involved enough, or she didn't have the right people in place.
Yeah.
And hell, you can make the argument that Paul didn't have the right people in place for a good chunk of his tenure running the show down there too. So, and I think that's all. I think we all can look at that. I mean, when we had the Vulcan head running for a while it was Bob Whitsitt running both the Seahawks and the Blazers. That was dysfunctional for the Seahawks. Right. I'd argue it was okay for the Blazers because they were good. Now we can get into the jail Blazers and all that, but I mean they were good. You guys were good then. Yep. But he didn't know what he was doing football wise when they flipped that, and then they had the business guy Peter McLaughlin was doing it for a while, and then Lewicki and Chuck. Then it was okay for the football team, and it wasn't good for the basketball team. So, it's been a interesting roller coaster ride between the two cities with the same owner for two different franchises. One has worked swimmingly, and one has been really kind of disastrous since the early 2000s.
Well, we got two ownership things that were kind of right there on the horizon in Seattle, and that thing gets solved over the weekend. Seahawks get sold. I'm curious, Furness, of where you think everything stands with the NBA expansion Seattle stuff right now.
Well, we'll have a better owner than you guys have, that's for sure.
I don't know about that. Are you going to have an owner that has a Stanley Cup? Why don't you get you one of these? Why don't you get you one of these?
You mean that Stanley Cup that he put his infant child's name on as opposed to a player and the equipment manager?
Dude, it's going to kill you when we save $100 million every year and are better than you guys.
Oh my God!
The good thing is, what are we? Are they going to X that out? How is the NHL allowing that?
They approved it already. It's on the trophy.
But there's been some in the past that have been put on and then X'd out because family members are not supposed to be on there.
That's the thing. That was just the greasiest, grossest thing.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
I mean, listen, I'm a hockey guy, and I guess I'll be a little careful since I work for the hockey team actually, and I don't know what I can say. Ian Furness of the Kraken says, but listen, that's gross. That Stanley Cup is it's the best trophy in sports. It's the most unique one where the names are on it. I mean, we have. Every time I go to the Seahawks, I walk by the two Lombardis in the front, in the lobby as we walk into the meeting room. They're right there. It's pretty cool. They don't have every player's name on it.
No.
The Cup does. Well, who are the random kids that are on there? How did they contribute to this? It's just, God, it's ugly. It's
especially
awful.
With their names, too. Some of the names you read, you're like, why is that? What are we doing? Zane with Zane? What are we doing here?
They had an equipment manager that had been with the team since they were in Hartford that was retiring, and they put his name on. God, I mean, the players are like, this is awful. And he's cheap. I mean, God, how many people in Portland are walking around unemployed right now because he doesn't want to have a digital team? You guys will be the only team in the history of pro sports in 2026 that doesn't have a digital team. And he's going, why are we not getting hits on the website? Well, because you don't have a digital team. You fired everybody, you dummy. I mean, come on. Anyway.
Side tangent. Let me ask you this. We had a debate last week. Sprague doesn't get it. He's not quite as into hockey. But Swag and I were in agreement. If you're in front of the Stanley Cup, do you touch it?
If you're in front of it?
If the Stanley Cup's in the same room as Ian Furness right now,
I don't touch it. No,
you're not touching it.
No,
hold on.
I've been in the room with guys that have won it, and it's just, you don't touch it.
Yeah.
It's as simple
taboo.
as that.
Can I call it timeout?
Challenge flag.
Zero context to any of that. It was brought to a Buffalo Wild Wings to be displayed and touched for people.
We had people blaming Sprague on our sports course down here because he was fingering that thing for a while.
I'm pretty sure you also touched it, by the way.
No touchies. I was watching from afar.
Yeah, I put my hands all over. In fact, they had to tell me to stop touching it.
I would say this: it depends on who's there. When I was around I was working in Salt Lake, and our coach and our head coach and assistant coach were part of the Islanders dynasty. Butch Goring and Bob Bourne. And when the Cup came in, and Bob Gainey was there, who won multiple Cups with the Canadians. He was the GM we were the affiliate for the Stars. He was there, and those guys were all there. The Cup was there. It was right before the Olympics in 2002. And like, it's there. We could all get a picture taken with it, but those three dudes that won it, you weren't touching it in front of them. I'll tell you that right now. Like, that just wasn't happening. Like, that was not. If you slide it into a Buffalo Wild Wings and maybe you got a player that just won it and the guy's half, knocked out and half asleep and drunk off his ass, he probably doesn't care. Those three dudes were not letting us touch it. So no.
Well, you got kind of sidetracked there because I think you want to crap on our guy. Where are we sitting right now? Like, is there an odds-on favorite for the new Sonics ownership group?
Yeah, I mean, it's not even. Vegas has the it looks like now dual or double bids coming in. Bill Foley owns the Vegas Golden Knights and controls the arena, and then there's a new group down there as well that just got the Colangelos. I mean, Colangelo, like come on. But anyway, that ship has sailed in Phoenix and other places, but. They up here, there was talk about guys, a couple, hey, they're going to have multiple bids and there's going to be some other ownership groups. Well, they kind of pushed that aside because about a month ago they announced that Melinda French Gates, Bill Gates' ex-wife, who's worth about $30 billion, that's with a B, she joined the ownership group of the Kraken and majority owner Samantha Holloway. They formed the One Roof entertainment group, which basically oversees the Kraken, the arena, and the practice facility, a new one being built on the east side, and also the renovation of high school Memorial Stadium on the Seattle Center ground. So when they brought her in, I think that's when it all changed, because part of it came in is that Samantha Holloway and One Roof, they own basically, it's kind of a weird ownership deal, but they control the Climate Pledge Arena. And so anybody that comes in as a tenant has to go through them and cut a lease through them. And no one's going to do that. It makes no financial sense for a second NBA owner to come in and go, yeah, hey, I think we're the expansion Sonics franchise, and we're going to, we got to make a lease with you that owns the hockey team and the building. It just doesn't, revenue streams get cut off. And then when Melinda French Gates joined that group, which we knew all along was going to be bidding on the NBA and would be the leading bidder and probably the only bidder, well, that put them, that's the whale they needed, to get over the top financially with her money and her financial wherewithal. And let's be honest, guys, Samantha Holloway, who, I mentioned the Kraken owner, her dad, David Bonderman, was the minority owner of the Celtics. That's how he had his money in sports. And then he passed away 2 years ago. She's been running the show ever since. She's a really impressive woman. And she's there day to day on the business side. Now we could argue about the hockey all you want, but on the business side, on the business side, she runs the show, very well respected. Gary Bettman, big fan of hers. I think if Bettman's a fan, usually the NBA is a fan since they work in concert with one another. And if you're the NBA and you say, well, our two primary owners for the new expansion franchise are women, I'm not sure who's going to come in and say we're going to have a better bid and a better offer. It's going to be them. So, we're expecting something. I know there's a meeting or Silver's talking tomorrow. I don't think anything will be said at that time, but we'll see. And then we're expecting maybe something in the fall. But who knows? Maybe by tomorrow we could hear more.
Joke's on you, buddy. I keep seeing interviews of Portland reporters going on Seattle station saying the Blazers are moving to Seattle. So Tom Dundon's going to be the Sonics owner, man. Just get ready, buckle up for some cost-cutting measures, man.
In all seriousness, like, here's the thing. Like, I see that. Obviously, you guys have an issue with the building,
yes.
and whoever owns, is it the state?
The city owns the arena. Yeah.
No. But who has approved the financing?
State has done $300 million. Now we're waiting on county and city.
The mayor wants to do it. It's just up to these council members.
Okay, so and wherever that, hopefully they wise up and do that. Yes. But there's zero, and I'm dead serious here, guys. I would love to have fun with everybody down there. There is zero chance that this group up here, that Samantha and Melinda French Gates would even entertain the thought of allowing the Blazers to move here. And there's a couple of reasons, much like the Mariners, and I think to a certain extent the Seahawks. But I know for the Mariners and for the Kraken, obviously separate ownership groups, but it's the same argument. The Portland market is just very, very important to what they do.
Yeah.
It's just, I know it'd be awesome if you guys had an NHL team. I think it'd be fantastic. And hell, I know the ice plant's screwed up right now, but that building is, I think, better for hockey than it is for basketball, the Moda Center. hell, Dirt, you and I called games down there together. I mean, it's a great building for hockey, and there's a great hockey tradition in Portland, thanks to 50 years of the Winterhawks and all the players that have gone on to be stars in the NHL. I mean, it would be great for an NHL arena, but if that's not going to happen, and it doesn't appear to be certainly not going to happen now with Dundon, having Carolina. The Portland market's important to us. I'll say us as the Kraken. I mean, we went down and did a pre and post game show for a game that was being played in Toronto last year, and had a ton of fans come out for that. We see the TV numbers on the Tegna stations down there. They're very strong, and they do not want to do anything to upset what they consider to be probably their second most important market besides Seattle for the Kraken. And much like the Mariners is an interesting thing. There's always been a talk, like if you guys get MLB, would the Mariners push back on that? Would they pull like a Washington Nationals with the Baltimore Orioles type of thing, where they don't want to, they think it's a shared market. So I know, because Portland's an important market for the Mariners as well. So we can have fun with it all we want. They're not moving here.
Nope.
Now, we can have the argument. We can have the discussion about Nashville. I'd be worried about that. Like that's a city that, wait for it, is renovating their building.
Right.
Well, they got a Memphis team, so they're not going to have to solve that problem.
Move the
before
Grizzlies
they
over
go to
there.
Nashville.
All right, we got to go, Furness. Swag's going to chop my head off over here.
Oh, how dare us do our own radio show.
93.3 KJR Kraken Studio.
See you, boys.
Network. Love you, buddy. Thanks for the time. Ian
take
Furness. There you go, from Seattle.
God, he just hung up on him.
He'd keep going if he wanted. I mean, Furness could have gone for another 20 minutes there. I should have
kept
known
talking for
when he
another
said
20
he wanted to kill Dundon. I should have known it was the Stanley Cup thing. I failed to connect the hockey dots there.
Oh, you had it as a Blazer thing?
I didn't know. I mean, he's texting me. We'll get into it. Let's talk about this. Some Seahawks are for sale. A couple of NFL tidbits. Back after this on The Fan.
From the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Major League All-Star festivities continuing today in Philadelphia. The Home Run Derby coming up tonight. We'll have coverage on 910 ESPN Portland beginning at 5. The All-Star game set for tomorrow. Christopher Sanchez of the Phillies, Dylan Cease of the Blue Jays named your All-Star starting pitchers. You can hear that tomorrow, also on 910 ESPN Portland, starting at 4. Blazers Summer League continues tonight, still in search of their first victory after a 115-108 overtime loss to the Magic Sunday. Young Hansen, who did not play Sunday, questionable for tonight due to illness. Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
All right, welcome back in. Went a little long with the Iron Furnace. It happens from time to time. You get him revved up. Furness gets going a little bit. Not happy about the names on the Stanley Cup.
I mean, we are with him.
Everybody's
on this.
in lockstep.
I would, yeah.
I also at the time of the story missed the part of it where you see the kids' names and you're like, God, that's a bad look. One of them's name's Dax too. You can't have a Dax kid on the Stanley Cup.
Dax has one of the biggest podcasts in the world. Why can't you have a Dax?
DAX. What are we doing?
That's definitely after Dax Shepard, right?
I don't know why.
Do you have a lot of other Daxes?
I've never heard of another Dax before. Never in my life. But the fact that the kids' names were on it and they forgot the equipment guy who was retiring, I did not see that story at the start of it. And then as you follow along, that there was a guy who had been their equipment manager for like 50 years, and he finally wins a cup, and they didn't put him on the cup, and he's retiring.
We were making fun of my niece yesterday, and I was like playing a game with my nephew. We're like, who you're gonna marry? Like, what's his name gonna be?
Yeah. What's the name? What's his profession?
She was talking about this guy she's been Snapchatting with, and
Snapchatting is a big step, man.
And I said, because somebody else made a prediction of a black guy, and then I said, I think you're going to end up with a white guy. She's like, I don't want to end up with a white guy. I go, his name's going to be Caleb. Yeah. And she goes, oh,
a white Caleb? You're going to marry a white Caleb?
I just had to throw out the prediction. Drove her crazy.
I love the reaction to white guy. No. Oh, God. Hey, come on. What's wrong with us over here? Lots to get to on the show. Ian Furness, really good. He's not a fan of Tom Dundon. Going back to his days firing John Forsland in Carolina. I will never forget when Tom Dundon bought the Blazers. The group chat was buzzing, and one of the first people that texted me was Ian Furness, who sent me an unsolicited "have fun with this guy" text. And I'm like, well, what are we talking about here? It is funny, though, when you look back in hindsight, the different feeling amongst the two cities with the Allen ownership group, because they were so successful in Seattle, obviously winning the Super Bowl last year, and how much of a dumpster fire and disaster it was. From Paul dies, you go to the conference finals, and she was there sitting courtside, rooting him on. And then the ensuing, 6-7 years of season falls flat. You trade away Dame. There's the COVID bubble. You try and tank. You don't get a number one guy that you could build around out of the tank. Like, it just, all of the things that piled up. It is funny, the difference in opinion amongst the two fan bases. But would you, if you were a Seahawk fan, what would the feeling be right now? Turnkey, we're going to be totally fine. Is this guy going to come in and cut jobs? I'd obviously never heard of him before. He's a 3% owner of the 49ers. His wife will be the controlling owner, which was kind of an interesting spin on it.
Very interesting thing
because you see his name and then the group,
as the buyer.
And then it's his wife is going to run the show, which was okay. Whatever. That's fine.
My wife runs my house. You know what I mean?
I get it. Maybe it's as simple as that. I'm the money, you're the brains kind of thing.
Do whatever you want.
Maybe. I don't really know a lot of the backstory, but we have a new owner. $9 billion. Yeah. Second most expensive franchise. 9.6 in North American sports history, only behind the Los Angeles Lakers.
I can't imagine how there's any differing opinion. This should just be the easiest turnover.
Yeah. You're pretty set.
You're paying high dollar. By the way, if they're going for 9.6, the Cowboys are absolutely worth 20.
They're just never going to sell.
They're never going to
sell. Why would the Jones family ever sell that?
Well, they're also looking for public money for their renovation of their stadium. You want to talk about stupid?
We're already renovating AT&T, huh?
It needs updates.
It already needs a facelift.
It's actually older than you think.
I mean, it has been around for a while. I know.
That being said, he's an interesting cat. So I went to the Reddit page of the Seahawks just to see, and it starts with article about who this guy is, and then you dive into like the comments, and they start linking other articles. This guy reportedly is a real interesting piece of work. Tom Dundon, very cheap.
Very cheap.
A little slimy. I get it. This guy reportedly bought a big strip of beach that was public access point to said beach.
Down in Half Moon Bay, California.
Half Moon Bay.
Well,
Beautiful area.
That's what's being debated.
Exactly. It's a big debatable thing, but he is the one that started this whole conversation of public-private. He then is fighting because he doesn't want people in front of his house on this beach.
Yeah, he wants his own beach, man.
And so even being a 3% owner of the Niners, he's been hated by a lot of Niner fans. So everybody's making
Half Moon Bay is very popular down there.
You can't beat him, join him, all that stuff.
Yeah.
I think Niner fans are happy to see him get out of there.
Get this guy out of here.
That being said, dude, if we just stick to the bread, the bread and butter of it, John Schneider's still running it.
Yes.
Your coach is still intact.
Yes.
Your roster, your salary, everything is lined up perfect. There is nothing to worry about in this regard, unless he is going to randomly say, Lumen Field's awful and I want the city to build me a new ballpark tomorrow down there. There's nothing to be concerned about at all with this. This is just handing the key to somebody else
and
keeping the lights on and letting the machine continue to be oiled. It's not until you make the John Schneider replacement hire or the next Mike McDonald hire. Like, when you get into that territory, then you start to get judged.
Sure.
There's nothing that needs to be done.
Yeah, it is funny. Speaking of their head coach, he had comment. He was in Tahoe. McDonald was doing the little golf thing in Tahoe, the celebrity golf tournament, and he did an interview because I don't have a lot of other thoughts on the Seahawks sale. It's it's a billionaire buying a team. We'll see how it works out for him, but I'm with you. It seems pretty turnkey. It shouldn't screw anything up. If Jody Allen can win there, I'm sure this guy probably can too. But McDonald was doing an interview, and he acknowledged something that has led everybody to try and connect dots and be very upset. So he said going into the Super Bowl, he had an in-depth phone call with somebody about New England and their styles and what they run, blah, blah, blah. And then he was refusing to acknowledge who the person was. And it has led many people to connect the dots and believe that Mike McDonald was on the phone with Tom Brady, getting insight into the Patriots offense prior to the Super Bowl. And I'm sure that you can follow my lead here that New England Patriots fans are not taking this kindly and very upset at old Tom's Brady.
Well, first of all, he wasn't
insinuating that he was the guy, although we will never.
He wasn't actually named.
No, he was never named.
You know who left New England on happy terms and hasn't kissed the owner on the mouth? The coach that's 15 wins away. You don't think in the coaching fraternity, Bill Belichick was called by Mike McDonald and asked, and he said, I can tell you everything because he was my OC for, I don't know, a decade? I love that this is Tom Brady, and it very well could be.
It could be Tom, but we don't know. Nobody knows. Everybody in New England thinks it's Tom Brady.
But Tom Brady still open-mouth kissed the owner.
He did,
the head coach.
He's also the owner of the Raiders. Or one, not technically. The idea.
Why did it go to Tom and not Bill?
That's
Bill
a
would
great
have
question.
more of an axe to grind.
I don't know. Everybody in New England thinks it was Tom.
He has a real respect for the way that the Seahawks have been run, and he's in a coaching fraternity.
Yeah.
Mike McDonald probably reached out to him and said, hey, you're OC. What kind of notes can you give me?
McDaniel was his OC when he was in New England.
I'd also, if I was a Bill Belichick or a Tom Brady being called, I'd say, you're just better. Just play.
Just play.
Just play and you'll win.
You'll be okay. It'll be
You're
all
only
right.
3-point favorites. Take the points.
How do we react in 15 years when Damian Lillard instructs another NBA team how to beat us in the NBA Finals? I got my tips on stopping you from Lillard. Dame, how could you do this
that
to
would
us,
be
man?
a pretty wild sequence of events. If in like 5 years, Dame is gone.
Dame Jr.'s maybe playing for the other team or something. He wants to help him out.
Stotts is head coaching somewhere else again.
Yeah, he's got the inside out on his offense. I just picturing that in your head's kind of funny where the fans would go. But the Seahawks sold this weekend $9.6 billion. Lots of money. We'll dive back into the NFL coming up at the top of the hour because my friends, am ready to yell.
You ready to yell about
Are you ready to yell?
I am. I'm
Swag,
ready to
you
go.
ready to yell today?
I can shout.
Okay, let's do some shouting. We'll do it 20 minutes, okay? Everybody drink your tea, get your honey in there. We'll start yelling in 20 minutes. But before we do that, let's make fun of something, shall we? We'll do it next on The Fan. Welcome back to the smooth jazz tones of Dirt and Sprague, 105.1 FM, The Fan.
We had one commercial break we came back from with real music. I was very confused.
It was early in the show. All
right.
Got out of it quickly. We pivoted. Swivel step. Okay. You got to be able to dribble, pass. What do they call that in basketball? The triple threat?
Triple threat
Triple
position.
threat. You got a triple threat position. You guys work on that.
Shoot,
basketball.
dribble, pass.
You could do anything. I could do anything right here. I'm jabbing with my left foot. You don't know where I'm going to go. Okay? You don't know which direction this is taking. Let's pile on. I find it fun. I did get accused of anti-Husky bias earlier in the show on my Brandon Roy LaMarcus Aldridge take, and I said, look, Roy will always be a top 3 fan favorite Blazer for me. I was just simply bringing up the point when you look at their best years in a Blazer uniform, LaMarcus Aldridge was pretty good. Now, you could sell me again, the upside of Roy. We don't need to get back into the debate about the retired jerseys. I'm just saying, when you look at their best years in Portland, I find it funny how blanket statement we just throw out of Roy was the better player.
Well,
but we don't need.
I think the thing you lose me on is the idea that LaMarcus was always going to be better than Roy if Roy stayed healthy.
That's not what I'm arguing at all. I'm just saying I can go off of what I can go off of their careers, and the idea of Roy was more enticing. Sure, he could have been better than that, but we don't know. He got hurt.
Well, but many people would say Roy carried the team of all the players, and LaMarcus needed Dame to show up.
He did a lot of carrying in the playoffs. He did more carrying than Brandon Roy did. Significantly more carrying than Brandon Roy did.
Did not go well for Brandon Roy in that era of the Blazers.
No, they didn't. I'm just pointing out. Not anti-Husky bias.
I didn't know you're such a Brandon Roy hater.
Where this anti-Husky bias comes in, though, is making fun of their hostage at quarterback. So they're in the news for a couple of reasons over the weekend. One, Jed Fish did an interview, and so I'll play some of that for you in a moment. The other bit of news that came out about the Huskies, this came from the Sports Business Journal, that the Board of Regents projects that their athletics operating budget for the fiscal year of 2027 will have a $16 million negative cash flow for the Washington Huskies.
Yeah.
They've budgeted, that's an improvement from the projected for this year $19 million negative cash flow. So maybe they're going in the right direction. It's a big hole to dig out. And as you can imagine, a lot of people who are not fans of the teams that left for the Big Ten are making what joke? Maybe don't play your volleyball games in Piscataway, New Jersey.
I mean, this has to be part of the conversation.
I would imagine so, right? They haven't run things very soundly up there. And when that's a lot of money to be in the hole every single year, especially with the half share of the Big Ten media deal that doesn't kick to a full share for a number of more seasons. This is the Triple Option podcast. You ever listen to that? Urban Meyer, your guy Urban Meyer.
Urban Meyer podcast. I see clips every once in a while. I do not listen to it.
I think it's, is it Rob Stone? Is that Rob him,
Stone,
Mark Ingram.
And Meyer. Yeah.
Urban Meyer. They had Jed Fish on the pod going into camp, about to open up here in a couple of weeks, and they asked him about Damon, like, hey, what the hell happened with the quarterback?
Damon signed his contract to be a part of our program for another, year, and everything was great. And then we all came back for our first team meeting. And then when the team meeting ended, he called me and he said, "Coach, I think I need to go. I need to go in the portal." And I was like, "What are you talking about, man?" What happened was a program told him they'll pay him an extra $2 million if he goes in the portal. And the kid's 19 years old. We were paying him a lot, but you add another $2 million onto anything.
Wow.
He was forced to put something out there. And then we spent about 24 to 36 hours going back and forth and talking about this is the right place for you. And, you have a contract and contracts mean something. And in the end, he came back 2 days later. We didn't change anything. We didn't give him any more money or anything like that. But what we did do is we talked to him about what a great opportunity it is to be a 3-year player in the same program. And we got a chance to do something super special.
Also, we will sue your ass.
Also, we got the entire sport of college football to shame you into coming back. I love that. He just decided to come back. We didn't pay him any new money either. It's like, you had the entire sport. And we talked about this when it happened.
Yes.
It was a universal, oh my God, how dare you? How could you do this? You convinced the entire sport to have that narrative. You scared him back.
You did. And your wife trash-talked him on social media in the middle of all of it going down. Yeah. He then was asked about, all right, so you get him back. Okay, I guess the lawsuit, you didn't mention that part of it. How has it been inside the locker room, and what's been the reception of his teammates?
What I told our team is, hey, this is like the NFL. And then a guy says, hey, I want to trade, and then you say, I'm not going to trade you, and then they come back, and they love you.
Mm-hmm.
Or sometimes you have to franchise a guy, or sometimes you have to put a certain tender on a guy, and then you just keep it moving. And Damon's come back, and he's led our team, and He got the most amount of votes in Leadership Council. I think he feels really good about his decision to return and got caught up a little bit in some adults were trying to give him some advice differently than what he should be following.
I mean, he wanted $2 million more. I don't blame
I
him.
also
$2
love the
million
adults gave him some advice, like, "Oh, you mean the adults told him he had to go back or he's going to get sued?"
Right, that also is part
of it. What are we
of
doing here?
Didn't
he also recruit athletes when he left to take the UW job?
He was asked about would you out the pro because he said some program offered him $2 million. Many people believe it's LSU, but we don't have any actual evidence of that. And he was asked about why don't you out them? And he said, well, I've seen people out other programs and nothing has actually happened. And I'm just chuckling because every coach does this. Everybody tampers. Everybody tries to get guys into the portal. You have relationships with players. You have relationships with high school coaches or whatever the case may be. And you try and strong arm folks. When he was at Arizona, Jaden DeLora was still the starting quarterback of Washington State. Before he entered the portal, he did an active visit to Arizona. And then he left the locker room at halftime of their bowl game to go then join Arizona. Like he just quit on his team.
That was Jaden's choice.
That was Jaden's choice, not bad adult conversations, right? So a lot of this stuff just makes me chuckle because everybody does it. But the idea of this playing out, I, again, am very connected to this. It's a primary rival. We play them at the end of the year now, so I certainly am wishing on their downfall constantly. It still remains one of the more interesting storylines of the entire college football season for me of a quarterback trying to transfer, being told no because of legal reasons. You're going to get sued and you have to pay that buyout. And now the other program doesn't want you as much. Hey, by the way, I'm kidding. I actually want to stick around here and play. Mm-hmm. And all of this folded into the idea of, I would argue, a pretty big year 3, right? Like, it hasn't been terrible. It hasn't been great. Fish has maybe exceeded expectations a little bit, but they're looking for a marquee win. They're looking for a breakthrough year. Like, this is year 3. You don't have the same argument you did in year 1 and year 2. Are you a legitimate contender playoff team this year? Or are you going to lose to Wisconsin and their leading passer is their punter again? Like, what kind of season are we looking at for Washington? And so this element of it in the locker room makes for a very interesting year, I think, ahead for Washington. And some people think they're going to win 9 games this year.
Yeah.
And they're over-under in Vegas is 7.5. And so it's a very boomer bust vibe to me right now of which direction it might possibly go.
Yeah, I mean, the Washington thing it's a fascinating sit right now as we get ready. Media Day's Swag, a week away?
Coming up pretty soon.
Big Ten Media Day?
Pretty soon.
We can get into the ins and outs of the team, I think, when we start hearing from the guys at Big Ten Media Day. But, yeah, man, the attention that's going to be given to them, and look, Ohio State, Indiana, Oregon, Michigan with a new coach, certainly Penn State with Matt Campbell. There's going to be a lot of other newsworthy things to be talked about in the Big Ten. I think they're sitting right there with the USCs of what's going to happen this year.
Is this the year? Do you take a step, or are you 8-4 again in a non-legitimate threat?
I don't. So this is going to be the hard thing, and we're already against it. How do you gauge what a right step is? If they're 8-4 again, is it possible for you to walk away and say you think they're progressing right?
I would, yeah,
because I think there's an argument to be made on both sides in this landscape where their coach left a couple seasons ago.
Mm-hmm.
And he left it so barren there was nobody on offense coming back, and there was one player on defense.
Mm-hmm.
So then what's Jed Fish supposed to come in and do in year 1? Because anything sub a bowl game feels like we were teed up to say disappointment.
Yes.
They made a bowl game.
They did.
And then last year happens. They had a couple, what's going on there? Some stinkers, if you will.
Yeah, they lost to Wisconsin, and their leading passer was their punter.
They still hit their over on their win totals. And now we're going in with what? What kind of expectation? 10-2? Because I think that's a little far.
No.
So I think there's a way for us to say they could end up being 8-4 again, but somehow we walk away going, I think it's going in the right direction, while also acknowledging how incredibly awkward and weird all of the Damon Williams stuff is heading into another season with him.
Last thing I'll throw at you, because I know we're against it. Of this schedule, how many games would you say you're going into it saying that team this is year 3 for Jed Fish? Uh-huh. Just on paper, in theory, in your mind, they're better than Washington. Yeah. Washington State?
No.
No. Utah State? No. Eastern Washington? No. Minnesota?
No.
Okay, so there's 4. Yeah. USC?
Yes.
USC better? Okay. Iowa?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I'm only saying this because I'm leaning on my experience of what I've seen at Iowa.
Sure. They're always a meat grinder, no matter when you play them and what kind of team. I get that. Purdue?
No.
Okay, there's 5. Nebraska?
No.
Okay, 6. Penn State?
Unknown.
Unknown?
I don't know how
Throw
to
it into the
Penn
unknown
State
category.
Matt Campbell.
Throw it into the unknown category. Michigan State?
No.
Okay, so there's and then you close with Indiana and Oregon. So the point being, there's 7 of those that you should have 7 quote unquote gimmies.
Where's the Minnesota game?
Minnesota game's at home. The Iowa game's at home. The Penn State game is at home.
Okay.
All of those are at home. So that's the point. I think if you go 8-4 and your losses are USC beats you by 2 touchdowns, Indiana smokes you, Oregon dominates you. Like if you play out and you say, man, all the good teams are still doing
the same thing as last
year. It's the same thing. Like that, if you're competitive in some of those or put a threat into one or pull off an upset, then I think you look at it a little bit differently. Interesting year ahead. Said DeMond Williams, he's back, man. He wants to hang out. He's happy with the decision he made. Just missed out on $2 million. A loaded final hour. Let's get to a couple odds and ends in the NBA. Wemby did the thing. We had somebody get punched over the weekend. The home run derbies tonight, if you care. And let's yell about quarterbacks next on The Fan.
Big hits, big bets, big plays.
Today I'm laying the big wood.
This is the Layin' Wood Report, brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 50 years.
The Khosla family is going to take a major role in the Seahawks ownership. It is not just going to be Vinod Khosla and some of his partners. It is an entire family affair.
Is that Will Ortner?
Will the Thrill?
Did we pull
Ortner?
A Will Ortner clip for a report today?
That's Will Ortner of chatting sports chats.
When I need my Seahawks information, I seek out one man and one man only. Will Ortner. They got sold. His money did lay the wood this weekend.
They did. $9.6 billion is laying some serious wood.
Can you imagine being able to buy something for $9.6 billion?
I wish. Layin' Wood Report brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 60 years. Delivery, custom cutting, and special orders. Check them out at Southeast Stark Street or online at mrplywoodinc.com.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Blazers Summer League squad still looking for their first victory, falling to the Magic 115-1/8 in overtime Sunday. They'll try again tonight against the Timberwolves, 8 o'clock tip on ESPN2. Still no update on Young Hanson's availability for tonight. Didn't play Sunday due to illness. Major League Baseball at the All-Star break. The festivities going on in Philadelphia. Home Run Derby tonight. We'll start at 5 on 910 ESPN Portland. Then the All-Star game on Tuesday. Christopher Sanchez of the Phillies, Dylan Cease of the Blue Jays, your starting pitchers. Coverage on 910 ESPN Portland starts tomorrow at 4. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the 105.1 FM and 1080 AM. The Fan.
Way over!
Hey, let's do this final hour. Dirt and Sprague, your Portland sports leader, 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Happy Monday, everybody. Hope everybody had a delightful weekend out there. Happy Open Championship Week to all who celebrate. Enjoy waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning to watch golf.
I enjoy the Open Championship. I get disappointed when people who are around and love the sport call it the British Open.
It is the Open Championship.
The Open Championship.
Thank you very much.
I was talking about you. You called it the British Open last week.
Bastard.
I was very offended
What
by
is
that.
the matter with you, Swagger?
I didn't say anything.
You call yourself a golf guy. What are you going to call them? Golf cleats next time? Huh? You going to go golf cleats on me?
Who would ever make that
Who
mistake?
would? Nobody would do that. Nobody would.
I'm golfing today.
Royal Birkdale is where they're playing. Famously, where Jordan Spieth iced out Matt Kuchar hitting a tee shot over a stanchion and then getting a drop that took like an hour long and then made a 40-foot putt and yelled, "Go get that" at his caddy. That happened, Royal Birkdale. So we'll see if we get some fireworks. It is the last major championship of the year. I will remember you. We'll see you next year.
I didn't really watch much of the Scottish Genesis Open.
I saw bits and pieces of it. It was entertaining. Rory McIlroy chunked a shot 10 yards.
I loved
a tee shot.
Watching Rory pull one left, and he was caught on the mic. Oh, I'm so bad at golf.
He's got a pretty funny self-monologue going on right now. He then bounced back and had a good Sunday. Tom Kim won the Scottish Open over the weekend, usually the warm-up for a lot of folks getting used to link-style golf. Royal Birkdale begins Thursday, the Open Championship. Let's all yell about quarterbacks. Nothing in sports radio is a better rite of passage than the middle of July. Nobody really cares about the home run derby. I'm going to play the fun game at the end of the show. Can you name the team this guy plays for of the home run derby participants? Because I know that I probably can't.
No.
And we tried one last week, and none of us knew the answer to it.
Can we quit before we start?
Yeah, we will play that fun game at the end of the show. Look, it's a little dry out there. This is where the NFL knows exactly what they're doing, and ESPN knows exactly what they're doing. What do we get today? What gets dropped today of all the days?
Mm-hmm.
The NFL coaches, front office folks, executives, ranking of NFL quarterbacks. Now, ESPN just gives us top 10. They don't go 1 through 32, you cowards. Give me 1 through 32.
You want a 1 through
32
32
Give me one. I want to
ranking?
know who's 32 out of 32. Who's 31? Who's 29? How is that guy 28?
Who
What are we
would be
doing
the
here?
starter for the Browns?
It's got to be Deshaun, right?
What about the Falcons? Would it be Tua?
Leaning
like
Penix. I'm still Penix.
If you
Still
did a 1
Penix.
out of 32, they're going to have to project the starter and give the thoughts.
Just do quarterback room instead of the
They
guy
should
himself.
They should
You
do
can go longer than 32 if you
16.
want.
Like, they should do 16.
You want 16. That's a better number.
That's the top half.
Top half of the league?
Top 14 teams make the playoffs, and
Okay.
a couple teams. After that, it really doesn't matter, does it?
Yeah, they just gave it. No, if you have one of those guys,
If
you're not
your
going to
guy's
win.
20th, does it matter?
Let's start from the back and work our way forward. It's always a good time when you do that.
I love starting from the back.
Got to start from the back first. Here are your honorable mentions, just outside looking in.
Okay.
Super Bowl winning Sam Darnold. Just on the outside.
I have a point about that.
Okay. Jaden Daniels of the Washington Commanders. Great year one, horrendous year two.
Wasn't he like top 5 last year?
Yes, he absolutely
coming
was.
into the season.
Jordan Love in the Green Bay Packers, who after his first season was an unquestionable top 3 quarterback in the NFL, now finds himself on the outside of the top 10.
Mighty have fallen there, huh?
Brock Purdy in San Francisco. Niner fans not happy about this. Yeah. How's he on the outside of the top 10?
He sucks, dude. His backup's good.
Baker Mayfield, who is still looking for, I love how many this is. Why don't you just give me 16? Baker Mayfield, Trevor Lawrence, and Jalen Hurts were the other ones who were
just rank
honorable
those
mention.
guys in it.
Yes, is that the order? Was that the order that you were ranked in? So then we can assume Darnold 11, Daniels 12, Jordan Love 13, Purdy 14, Mayfield 15, Lawrence 16, Hurts 17. By the way, another guy who was top 5 as of 2 years ago, now outside of the top 15.
There's also, if you want to go even deeper, there's also another receiving votes, including Bo Nix, Daniel Jones.
Oh, that's right. I didn't scroll far enough. I didn't make it far enough. We're still voting for anything for C.J. Stroud?
So we could be having top 19 quarterbacks in the National Football League.
And your top 10. Without further ado, save your yelling and shouting for the end, please. Okay? This is a graduation. Let's get through all the names, and then we can hiss or cheer.
Oh, okay.
Number 10, the Iceman himself, Caleb Williams of the Chicago Bears.
Well, patent not pending anymore.
Number 9, Mr. Jared Goff of the Detroit Lions. Number 8, look how good he was last year, Drake May of the New England Patriots.
From unranked.
All the way from unranked. Staying in his ranking from last year, which will certainly lead to all the yelling, Justin Herbert of the LA Chargers coming in at number 7. Dak Prescott of my Dallas Cowboys from unranked into the top 6. He is number 6.
Like he's been in this every other year.
Yeah, he goes on a weird bounce back and forth. He can't stay healthy outside of the top 10. He has a good year statistically in the top 10.
Yep.
That's usually the way it works for him. And then your top 5 is not surprising to anybody. Lamar Jackson, number 5. Joe Burrow, smoking at Joe Burrow, number 4. Stafford, 3. Patrick Mahomes, number 2. And Josh Allen can't win the big one. Allen, number 1 of the Buffalo Bills. Let's yell. What's the most egregious in the top 10?
Sam Darnold or Brock Purdy not
being in.
Yeah.
Who do we bump out for one of those two? Or both?
Well, Jared Goff.
Jared Goff, he gets the boot from the club.
If you're making me bump people,
You're the
I'd take
bouncer of the
Jared
club?
Goff out of there. I love this. This is the breakdown, by the way.
End up being last
you can give me
year.
the numbers.
Yeah. I'm just curious. I can't remember what his
Well,
was.
why are guys jumping in that are unranked? Right? It's pretty easy. They win.
They win, yeah.
Their team has success.
Right.
I love the NFL coordinator who cited why he voted Jared Goff top 10. Guy wins.
Now, they did have a winning record last year.
Thanks for your advanced metrics on that.
4,500 yards,
appreciate
34 tuds, and 8 picks for Jared Goff last year.
Absolutely.
Those are
good numbers. But you're just asking me, like, what would you, like, who, Sam Darnold's last 2 seasons, Minnesota and then last year in Seattle.
He's been very good. He's been
Plus,
very good.
he won the Super Bowl, right? Yeah. He was the best player in the NFC title game for them.
Yes, he was. He was outstanding.
If we're just doing this off of how we always do this, which
Right.
is never like context,
Right.
stats paired with value of team, it's just usually like, who won last year?
Right.
Let's throw him in there. Jared Goff got the exception out of the rule.
He's been to an NFC title game.
Yeah.
And then they blew a
He's been to
21
a Super
point
Bowl,
lead.
too.
That is true. I forget about
you
that
know.
Super Bowl. He just couldn't score a touchdown, but he's been there.
So Sam Darnold, I'd have in there.
Yeah.
I don't know how you go from top 5 to unranked other than like he got injured. But like if you're buying futures, is Jaden Daniels still a top 10? I buy the futures out of all the quarterbacks in the NFL. Do you think by most league execs?
No, I don't think he is, and maybe that's controversial. I don't.
Okay.
I think there's enough guys who are still in the prime of their careers that I would buy futures of ahead of him. Because where's like this, like to your point of bumping people out, Jared Goff, I wouldn't have any issue with that.
Okay.
Although the number, he's an interesting cat because they had a disappointing year last year, but they were still above 500, and his numbers when you look at them were still very solid.
Yeah, but some of the numbers.
He played really bad in big moments for them last year. No doubt about it. He also has a lot of talent around him. That wide receiver room's loaded. It's one of the best offensive lines in the league.
Gibbs.
Gibbs is an absolute stud. Yeah. I would follow the Jaden Daniels logic and the C.J. Stroud logic of like how many times do we need to learn this? To me, you need more than one good year to be ranked in the top 10 of the NFL. How do we not have that like blanket boilerplate? If you do it back-to-back years, by all means, I'll put you in. I know he was an MVP candidate last year, and I'm not even killing him for his rookie season because you shouldn't be good as a rookie. Mm-hmm. That's the way the NFL works. Don't we need a little more seasoning on Drake May before we rank him ahead of some of these guys? Like, one more year. You do it one more year, by all means. To your larger point, A year ago now, Jaden Daniels is in the top 5 of the NFL quarterback rankings.
Yep.
Top 5. And now he's outside the top 10 and kind of an afterthought in the NFC quarterback conversation. Whoa. Maybe he gets back to where he was.
2 years ago, Hurts and Love were both in the top
and CJ
7.
Stroud was in the top 7 too. Like, this is my only point on May.
It's just
I think he's good. It's just year to year. And he was not great as a rookie. Again, not killing him for it. You're a rookie on a bad team with a bad coach. I don't blame you. He's had one good year. He should not be ranked ahead of Jared Goff. Jared Goff's numbers were outstanding last year. Jared Goff's won it at the same high level that Drake May has in his career, and he's been consistently really good in Detroit. So that was the one that I immediately saw. Darnold not being in the top 10 coming off of winning a Super Bowl is really funny.
Also, Caleb.
Yeah.
If you wanted to bump Caleb for somebody out of the top 10, I'd be okay with that.
Yeah, he had a really good year this year.
I know, but should Caleb be in it over Bo? And you know me, I'm not Mr. diehard Bo guy.
Yeah, it's a difficult question.
Weren't their numbers almost identical, except I think Bo had more passing yards?
I believe you are correct in that.
I think he had more touchdowns, if I'm not mistaken.
Let me pull up Bo's numbers.
Look that up.
I'll look up.
But Bo's not even in the next 5 out.
No,
he's in the group after that.
No, he is not.
So even if I don't buy Bo as the long-term franchise future, I don't really have an argument.
Do you still feel that way about Bo? Are you still not fully sold on the stock?
Well,
because he's been good.
Sold on the stock of I think he's a Cousins. I don't think he's a leads you to the Super Bowl and wins it.
No, but didn't Sam Darnold kind of show us that you don't necessarily have to be that? And maybe they pay him too much down the road that's what ends up being. Like Darnold, I would put him in the top 10 because he just won a Super Bowl and that has to count for something. Mm-hmm. And he was outstanding in their closest playoff game.
I'm actually a little surprised he didn't make it because they won the Super Bowl because he had a good year with Minnesota.
He also led the NFL in turnovers.
No doubt.
Right? And benefited greatly from a very talented team around him. And so all of this stuff can be true at the same time.
None of these guys are in the top 10 that don't benefit from something.
No. Well, my guy is, but people would say he shouldn't be in the top 10 because his offensive line sucks and he doesn't have anybody to throw the ball to. I mean, and he was their leading rusher last year.
He is. I said this in the first hour. I'll say it again. I think he's the most polarizing player in the top 10.
Without a doubt he is. I'll read a quote, by the way, in a moment from it. Here's your side-by-side for Caleb. Do you want career totals?
No, just last year.
Last year, 27 touchdowns and 7 picks for Caleb Williams.
Yep.
3,900 yards, 58% completion percentage. Bo Nix, 25 and 11, 3,900 yards, so identical yards, fewer touchdowns, more picks, higher completion percentage, 63%.
Yeah, okay. So they're basically the same thing.
Basically the same thing.
And, had he not broke his ankle, he might have had a chance to play in a Super Bowl versus won the divisional round, and they lose him for the AFC title game, so they lose the game.
The only stat that Caleb is beating by a significant margin, Bowen, is interceptions. Caleb has only thrown 13 through 2 seasons, and Bo has thrown 23.
Yeah, and Bo has him on completion percentage.
And Bo has him on completion percentage. Yeah, so you're splitting hairs there.
So I think you can make argument for Darnold, Purdy, Bo. You can make arguments for all of these guys. I just find it's very unusual how some guys get a benefit of hey, he won.
Right.
What's the reason? He's a winner.
He gets the job
done. And then
other
guys who win don't quite get the same treatment. It's just a very odd way of dealing with this, but I do find Herbert of all of them, because some of these guys will be in it next year, and some of these guys are going to be out of it.
Yes.
You want to argue about the top 5 order? Go ahead. If you want Burrow or Lamar or how you ever sort that stuff out, Stafford's in there, Allen, Mahomes, all that. But
I didn't have any issue with the top 5 order. I'm fine with that.
Either.
It's that's fine.
I don't really have an issue with any of this. I think most of this is kind of ridiculous when you read why guys are ranked the way that they're ranked.
Sure.
It's a lot of it's just eyeball test. It's gut instinct, guys, right? I just find Justin Herbert an oddly polarizing player.
He's a lightning rod.
He hasn't won a playoff game.
Yes.
And because how bad he's played in playoff games.
He's been horrible.
It's just a complete show of argument about what we are watching. Right. We're all watching the same game.
We are.
And we're having a very, very split takeaway. Now, I certainly think there's some coddling of when he plays poorly. We're very quick, I guess not you and I per se, but the collective that does defender like Herbert is quick to go, well, this, and that is not good.
No, yeah.
And when he's awesome, it's dude.
Look how awesome he is.
That's a one-on-one throw. So I will acknowledge there's a little bit of it, but there's also context in between all of these arguments. Yeah. And it's that his line was dog crap injured last year.
Yeah, both tackles were out all year.
And they haven't really given him the most premier of weapons.
No.
If we're being honest.
You mean Ladd McConkey isn't the same as Jamar Chase? Is that what you're telling me?
Breaking news.
How dare you bring nuance to this? This is what
JSN and Ladd McConkey.
Let's compare the two.
Not the same.
Who would you
player.
rather throw the ball to, right? Or, Mahomes, prime Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce, right? Like, what's the better weapon?
I mean, how many quarterbacks, just if you even included Hurts, right? Because Hurts has, you go through these lists of quarterbacks.
Rank the supporting cast of everybody in the top 10. It's not like you can make an argument maybe for May in New England. Diggs
Who has better weapons, Josh Allen or Justin Herbert?
You're splitting hairs. I mean, Allen has certainly been, that has been a criticism of many of people around Josh Allen, and I have used.
You've got a good running back.
Yes, but you have a better running back.
And you have two receivers. They got DJ Moore now in Buffalo. They've got Shakir still.
Yeah.
You could like his tight ends. So
Would you
could
rather
say
have
Allen
Shakir and Moore or Ladd McConkey and Johnston?
Yeah. I know where I'm going with that.
Right.
Mahomes, that's a debatable one.
And that's what if people use as an argument to
Xavier
defend
Worthy
Mahomes now.
is not a one to me,
Right.
and a Hollywood Brown, no thank you, and Travis Kelce looked
Yes.
a million years old, even though he almost had 1,000 yards again. And
It's turned into, the ironic part about it, turned into a defensive Mahomes. Well, what's he supposed to do
I
with
know.
this? His offensive line isn't good, and his wide receivers are old, and
But
they can't
because
stay
he
healthy.
won early,
but because
you
he's
get
got
the
Super Bowls,
defensive,
he's still a top 2 guy. Let me read a couple of these quotes, by the way, because I'm with you. Herbert is without a doubt turning into the most debated guy out of this. The tough part with the reaction to him is that both sides are true. He's been horrible in the playoffs. I don't know why. I don't know what happens in his brain.
Clutch gene.
Is that what it's going to be his entire career?
We
Does
need to
it change?
examine the clutch gene.
Is he the guy that can't do it and then does it? And it's like, oh, that looked dumb when we said that. Or is he the guy that will never, I don't know how this is going to end. That is 100% factual. He's been terrible. He was horrible in New England last year. There's no defense of it. While also simultaneously arguing he's never had a number 1 wide receiver. In fact, most times his head coach and offensive coordinator have been pretty bad. And last year, his offensive line was literally the worst to ever make the playoffs.
This is his third head coach, right?
His third head coach in 5 years.
Yeah.
And Greg Roman is known for what as an offensive coordinator? Is he known for his complex passing offense? No, he's known as a run game
I'm okay
coordinator.
wanting a run game.
And
I
that's
think
fine,
if you want to
but-
win the whole
right.
thing, Seattle wins the Super Bowl largely because of a defense and
Yes.
a run game. And Darnold does what he does. But
You got to be able to play defense and run the ball in order to do it.
Yeah.
You know who the Chargers' leading rusher was last year?
Herbert.
That's right.
Yeah.
Here are the quotes on Herbert, by the way, from an exec in the NFL, personnel executive. Said, quote, if you're picking quarterbacks to build around, you're still taking him pretty high. Another one said, this is an NFC scout, there's a reason the Chargers OC job was the best one available because of the quarterback. McDaniels should be able to streamline some of the things, manufacture some layup first downs for him.
Yep.
And then another one, this is an NFL coordinator. Quote, he plays young. He's incredibly talented and has made progress, but he doesn't have the maturity level of the other guys as far as how he runs the overall operation and the mastery of the position. And that has been a quote that has jumped out to a lot of people of like, this guy's going, what's Herbert going into, year 6 or 7? How many years has he been in the NFL?
2020 draft, right?
Right, I think so. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, he's going into year 7 of the NFL. So a 6-year
God,
starting.
crazy he's going into year 7.
It's wild, dude, isn't it? He's only 28 years old. He's a younger guy. Came in and played, obviously, at Oregon right away and then jumped to the NFL. And so he's not 37 years old. It's not the end of his run. But to still say that about a guy who's been a 6-year starter in the NFL is a quote that is jumping out to a lot of people.
You almost kind of wonder, too, how much he gets hurt by how good Josh Allen is. They're roughly the same size of specimen,
Big
right?
physical guys.
Big arms, big bodies. They're both very mobile when they need to. I think Allen's a slightly better athlete than Justin Herbert. And
there's been a criticism of me of their
he
offense.
hasn't had the most weapons at Buffalo. He's had some guys like Diggs was, I'm not going to pretend Stephon Diggs wasn't really effing good at a point, when he was there. But he's been able to kind of collectively lift it up at times where I think at fair or not fair, Herbert has these moments, largely bigger ones, where
yes, it doesn't deliver.
It doesn't quite deliver. He's had some good performances. The broken rib game at Kansas City, I still like how he made some of those passes is insane to me. But
go back and pull some of the early stuff in the year last year when the offensive line was healthy too.
Well, like how do you separate Justin Herbert from Dak Prescott? Who's better?
I think they're both pretty comparable.
I do too.
And if you rank Dak ahead of him, I'm not yelling at you. If you rank Herbert ahead of him, I'm not yelling at you.
When people are ranking Dak ahead of Justin.
They are. He's number 6 this year, off of a big year last year. It is. Look, this stuff gets me going every year. I love when these rankings come out.
It's just a fun thing to kind of peruse. And I love that it's just every year. It's like clock. Same exact quotes.
Yes.
Executive scouts.
Yes.
Coaches. He's got grit, high motor, win guy.
Right.
Guy that you plug in and say, get me a throw. He makes the throw. It's just like, and it's about all of them.
Yep.
Trevor Lawrence.
We can make them in a lab. This is how you would make them.
Yeah.
Who are you saying that about? Allen, Herbert, Lawrence? I'd make them all in a lab. What are they all, 6'5", 250?
If I had to go against anybody, would be that guy. There's like 15 of those. Thanks very much. I think if you want to argue about any of them, you can. Bo might have one of the biggest arguments of everybody that's involved name-wise on this list.
Agreed, because he's checked the box of winning. He's checked the box of doing it back-to-back years. Now, I don't think he's played at a top 5 level for the last 2 years, but he's been good. He's been one of the upper echelon quarterbacks, wherever that breaking point is for you in the NFL. And he is a healthy leg away, I think, from winning the AFC title game.
Do you have you reevaluated how you feel about Bo?
I always felt like he was going to come in. I felt like he was a high floor, low ceiling guy, and it's kind of gone the way that I thought. I don't ever see Bo Nix turning into a guy that we put into an MVP conversation, but I always view it like he's played enough football, he's functional enough to he can get it done for you. You got a little bit of grit, as an NFL executive would tell you. So it hasn't really gone that surprising to me. I think that's kind of the way that I figured that it would. But I'm with you on that being a very debatable thing.
There's really not a list on here or a name on the list that can't do it when the things are right around them.
No, if you get the pieces around them, a lot of them can. Which one is the most egregious? 503-864-6326. That is the fan text line. On the other side, Victor Wembanyama did the thing, and we had a fight in the end. What about that culture, huh? Next on the Fan. right, welcome back in. Get to a couple of NBA tidbits here in a moment. Before we do, though,
God bless the beaver.
Let's read a couple thoughts. Where did this go? Seahawks fan chiming in. 0 turnovers for Darnold throughout the playoffs. Most recent performances in the biggest moments should count for something. You agree, he should be a top 10 guy.
That's how we usually do this.
Yes, what
you
matters
may
the
not think
most.
He's a top 10 guy.
Right.
They usually go, like if Caleb got to the divisional round, great year. Because of that, he got into the top 10.
Won
Darnold
playoff
wins
game.
the Super Bowl.
Right.
Puts up good numbers. No?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bronco fan chiming in. And again, a point that I agree with. Bo being that low is laughable. I totally agree with that take. Our Falcons fan is chiming in. You mean 79th ranked NFL player, Tua? Put a little respect on the name. Thank you very much. Also, this one at the fan text line, and I agree with the gist of it because I find his quarterback very, very debatable. And the opinions of him vary widely. But one of our P1 said, I know Dirt's going to stand for his guy being the most controversial, but anybody with a brain knows he plays for a crappy organization. It's all broken up, sorry. Has a crappy team around him. He's definitely a tier 2 quarterback. Most controversial QB has to be Jordan Love. Following 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks, people who hate the Packers want to throw shade because they don't want the Packers to find the next quarterback. Also, even some dumbass Packer fans thought they should trade Love and keep Malik Willis because he can run. Love and Herbert have similar stats, both likely tier 2 quarterbacks, and he is a very interesting one. And I know, look, there's only 10 spots. It's like when we did our top 10 NBA thing, and it's like, well, that guy has to be top 10. And then the retort is immediately, well, who are you bumping? Hakeem Olajuwon, Shaq, like who's getting the bump from the top 10 for certain guys? Jordan Love had another solid year last year, and he's kind of an afterthought again as a top 10 quarterback.
Well, it's kind of the reverse. I think there's an element of truth. I'll say this as a Packer hater. There is an element of truth to say, I don't want to watch an organization somehow luck their way in
3 in a row
to 3 straight franchise quarterbacks. But here we are. I'd also just try to be honest, too, and remove it, even though you're not going to believe me. You can't be anointed so quickly and early and then basically not deliver in the moment you're supposed to deliver. You're going to get penalized for that.
He's not been as good from his second and third year that he was his first year.
After his first year, we had people putting him in the top 3.
Yeah,
I mean, people were ready to buy all the futures on it, and he very well still could get himself back into the fold of some of that stuff. But it's just like if you come out with the expectation and then don't live up to it, you're going to suffer from it. Or almost like the reverse of what's happened to Jalen Hurts.
Yes.
Right? You come out early.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Hey, look, you're winning. And then they win Super Bowl. Oh, my God, Jalen Hurts, top 5 guy. And then you don't. And now it's cratered a little bit. And so now he's not top 10. Look, the top 10, it's just so largely subjective and movement year to year. It's always going to change. Your top 5 guys are your top 5 guys. And you can make an argument, Mahomes, maybe to some, should he be criticized more for the last maybe 2 years, even though they went to the Super Bowl 2 years ago?
Yeah.
But, like, those are your top 5 guys. Everybody else are just moving parts.
You're mixed into some larger debate. Are you 6 or are you 11? And there's not that big of a difference.
I think 6 through 12 is roughly the same player.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, right? On any given year,
on any given
weekend.
Year, circumstances with roster, like
totally agree.
All of those guys we've seen that can get you to a certain level, lift you if they need to. See Herbert, see Prescott here, I think, in some regards.
Right.
And then get to a Super Bowl or get a team to an NFC title game for the first time since the 90s. Jared Goff, Drake May getting the Patriots back to the Super Bowl, or Caleb Williams getting to the divisional round.
Yeah, somebody texted Herbert's like Stafford moved to a different team, win a ring later in his career. And I have talked to Stafford for a long time. Matthew Stafford never won a playoff game in Detroit.
Yep.
And now he is a bona fide top 3 quarterback in the NFL. Agree?
Like a no-brainer.
Like a no-doubter, just won the MVP. Like
he jumped Lamar and Joe Burrow.
Yes, from a couple of years ago. And he was in Detroit for 12 seasons. He never won a playoff game for 12 years. Went to LA and won a Super Bowl in year 1. Now, that's obviously, I'm not saying you're going to go to a team and win right. It's just the point of, like, sometimes wins and losses aren't necessarily a quarterback stat. That's the only reason. Because I've always thought Stafford was one of the better guys in the league. Now he is getting the credit and the respect he deserves. What do we make of heat culture when it leads to a teammate punching a former teammate in the face in Las Vegas?
Ex-teammates fighting.
We had an ex-teammate fight in Las Vegas.
And nobody talked about it.
No, nobody wants to say anything, which bothers me. There's got to be footage somewhere. I'd love to see how aggressive the punch is. The report is that Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero got into a physical altercation, and that they were on a practice court. Hero was, I guess, coaching his AAU team, I think, if I read that correctly. And Bam basically walked up to him in the middle of the game and said, yo, you want to say it to my face, and then punched him. And then the two sides were separated, both left, and no other things followed suit. I did see the Le Batard show bring up a funny joke this morning of if he's really petty, him suing the Heat would be pretty funny for assault and lingering this out there. But it has led to yelling about Heat culture. Do we like Bam punching Tyler Hero in the face?
We love it as a storyline.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would love that fight because I largely think Bam Adebayo would demolish Tyler Hero in a fight.
Yes. I think that's why Tyler Hero didn't fight back.
I think my biggest takeaway is not that he was punched by Bam. There was reports that locker room was not great. They didn't always get along.
I guess Hero said some stuff after the trade, too. I didn't see what it was.
He's talked a little bit about Bam. My biggest takeaway is, why does Tyler Hero have an AAU team?
It's a really good question. Also, do you see the green shoes he was wearing courtside?
Does this just make the claim of why youth sports in America is broken? Tyler Hero has a youth basketball team?
What are you doing?
Why?
You're in the NBA.
You can be in the NBA and have one if you're LeBron or Kevin Durant.
Come on.
Or fighting Steph Curry's. Tyler Hero has an AAU team.
He's a good scorer, don't you know? He's a good scorer. He's a good shooter. They got a shooter.
Definitely not a money grab. Jason Kidd has like multiple traveling teams. Like some kids in Oregon are on Jason Kidd teams.
Does he spill drinks on the courts of those floors too? It'd be great if he did.
I don't believe he goes to most of the tournaments.
What if the logo of the AAU team was a cup spilling over? Would be really funny, would it not? Lean into it, kid.
Why does Tyler Hero have an AAU
I don't know.
team? I read this story, and for some reason, that's stuck in my head more than Bam throwing like a cheap shot at him. Did you see Bam was caught talking to Mike Tyson in Summer League?
No, I did not see that.
And it was like, he's getting more tips on how to finish it.
I don't think he needs any tips to beat up Tyler Hero. And now we have a Udonis Haslam, Draymond Green beef on social media going on, so that's fun to follow. Not the biggest storyline in the NBA this weekend, though. The biggest storyline in the NBA this weekend was it happened.
I've been hinting at this for over a year
and a
half, and
it happened.
I saw it. I went, hey, nailed it.
Victor Wembanyama signed a contract extension with San Antonio this weekend. You might think, well, yeah, duh. They were just in the finals. He's a freak. Of course he's going to sign the extension, right? Mm-hmm. Well, him and his team decided on the 25% max contract instead of the 30% Supermax escalators. And I think he ended up costing himself somewhere in the ballpark of $50 million.
$50 million he's saving the team.
$50 million he's saving the San Antonio Spurs. They sat him down. They laid out all the different options, said, these are the different variations that we could give you. He decided to choose the contract that gave more money to the organization, a la Jalen Brunson.
Yep.
And let's help me win around here. Now, I also love some of the framing of this. He signed a 5-year, $252 million extension. So let's not sit here and act like he's crying poor. But 252 is a lot different than 303, and that money is going to go towards other players in the organization. And the guy who only really cares about winning is psychotic about it, proves it with his contract, and this sucks.
It sucks because the Spurs are the Packers of the NBA.
Yes.
They seemingly get a franchise player every single time when they need it the most. This was the most obvious thing that you could have. Could we have bet on this on the Kalshi market?
Probably.
I would have laid $100 on this.
Yeah.
$252 million is a ton of money. The dude doesn't really care about. I mean, sounds so dumb to say because he signed for it. The money is not the biggest thing for this guy, so he can still cash in major on his name.
Yes.
Pay off all his people, and then still have so much flexibility for the franchise. I'm incredibly jealous of this.
Would have been nice, Dame. I mean, I can't ask anybody to do it, but you also are starting to see more stars do it. This was the question.
Are you starting to see more stars do it?
Two's more than one. We've doubled the number of guys. Will there be another?
No. I mean, I won't say no, but we're operating the idea that all of the star players
I'm not saying all of them, but I'm wondering, will there be, if you see guys, if New York just won the title with Brunson, let's play it out. Who's the heavy favorite for next year?
The Spurs.
Spurs, right?
Yeah.
Now, they were in it this year, so the contract's not the only reason. The Brunson one, very different circumstance. But it's like if you see back-to-back guys do this and win championships, the number will never reach every max player in the NBA. But does it get to 10? Does it get to 5? Does it get to 6? How many more guys are willing to do this is one of the more interesting. Because the entire NBA offseason.
It's always up to the players, which is the funniest part about this. It's always up to the players to do the thing for the team. and not the owner to eat the second apron.
Sure, it's a very fair argument.
The
it's a very fair argument.
multi-billionaire guy.
Yes.
You need to save him some money, so do the thing that
James
all the fans...
Dolan is cheap, right?
Right. Somehow in our poor brains, we look at athletes and we say, why do you need $300 million when you could just take $200 and save the team? Oh, by the way, the owner's worth $10 billion. Don't you dare cost him a $140 million luxury tax bill.
It's a totally fair,
very odd how we do it.
Totally fair point. I just find it interesting because the entire offseason conversation has been dominated by second apron, not a robust market for players down the line of the depth chart. Jaylen Brown's contract is a bad move because of the analytics and the money he's making. Like, this whole financial conversation has kind of dominated the headlines of the offseason in the NBA. And your point on owners is 100% valid. I wish more of them were willing to do it. You got money coming out of your butt. You could easily pay the tax and not lose a dime in the long run of things because you're going to make more money in the back end, in my opinion. But I find it an interesting storyline. Maybe it stops at 2. Maybe it gets to 5. Maybe it gets to 6. How many more players are willing to do this is going to become a storyline every offseason in the NBA. Something is happening tonight. Can you name the participants and who they play for? That is where we close up on a Monday next on The Fan. Enjoyed this text from a buddy of mine. You know what's weirder than Tyler Hero having a AAU hoops team? My buddy's kid plays on Peyton Pritchard's travel baseball team.
What?
Huh? Are they called the 8 Miles? What?
Fast Peepees?
The Fast Peepees? Is that what the name of the team? It should be. That's his nickname. Peyton Pritchard. He's fast. Get it?
Yeah.
I guess that's the thing. Can I put my name on a youth? Did anyone want to play for Dirt's youth team out there? No?
Not a travel team. They're not paying you travel team dollars to have your name.
How much do I get to
team.
charge the parents? $15,000 a year? I'll do this. Sounds like a good deal to me, man.
If somebody showed up to your niece or nephew's baseball tournament, you're like, hey, you know what? I'm going to go check out a game this weekend.
Let's go watch.
And you sat down and you see your brother and you say, hey, man, I'm looking forward to watching today. And then all of a sudden this announcer gets on, welcome to the field, Micah Potter Youth Baseball Team.
Micah Potter's
already
he's already got a team? Our new shooter's already got his own team?
What?
That went pretty quick, man.
Well, I mean,
pretty rapid.
I think Dame's brother has youth football teams.
I believe he does too.
mean,
You got to own your youth teams,
and
man.
I know he's coaching football,
Yes.
so there's actual stuff there.
That's his
but
thing, man.
It's just very fascinating how many athletes have youth sports teams, and I'm like, surely they're doing this out of the good of their heart,
Yes,
and
that's the
not
only
making
reason.
any money on the youth sports movement that's worth multiple billions of dollars.
The
a
only
year.
guy who's ever done it for the good of his heart was Teddy Bridgewater, and he tried to give $1 million to his high school, and they were like, you can't do that. Now you can do that. They could pass
He
Teddy.
literally made it a
It's like,
law.
Why can't I give him stuff? This is ridiculous. The home run derbies tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
That it is.
Do we have
No, it's not.
long ball fever?
Well, they
Are you
changed
jonesing for long balls?
Does chasing long balls Swigard have
Yes.
long ball fever?
How's long ball swag over there? We're going back to an old school format where you have swings,
Yeah,
not
20
time.
swings,
and
so
that's
you
it.
can take pitches.
Yes.
And we'll see how much complaining about that comes later on.
I, for one, thought it was actually a smart move. The clock led to dramatics at the end of it, but I think what we love more about the home run derby than anything is admiring how far the balls go.
Well, and you
couldn't do that with the clock.
Yeah, you want it to peak for the final. The
Yes.
problems were
Guys
were exhausted by the time they got to the finals.
Yes.
God, this is the
Do we get a golden ball? Oh, don't look at the list. I'm playing a fun game.
Well, I
Come on.
I'm just gambling.
Don't scroll down.
It's gambling.
I
I'm not
can tell
scrolling.
you
It's just names.
7 of the 8 guys what teams they play for.
Okay,
There's
come on.
one I'm not sure about.
Okay, so Kyle Schwarber's in the field.
Phillies.
We all know Kyle Schwarber. By the
Phillies.
way,
There's
it
two
is
Phillies.
Yeah, 2 Phillies. It's in Philadelphia,
Yes.
so him and
I'm
Harper.
glad
are in
Bryce
it.
Harper is doing it. He
Yes.
traditionally has been one that hasn't participated, but
Yes.
I'm glad he's doing it.
Junior Caminero.
That's a
Tampa
Ray.
Bay Rays.
Tampa Bay Rays having a great year, hitting a lot of dingers.
Yep.
Munakata.
White Sox.
White
Taka.
Sox.
Apologies. Murakami.
Yeah.
White Sox. I think lowercase has his Murakami jersey.
Oh,
on
there
out
you go.
Really big into the Murakamis.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Walker.
This is the one I'm uncertain about.
That's the Rocky.
No, it is not.
No, it's not.
I want to say Brewers, but I don't think that's right.
No, it is not.
Okay.
He does
Give
not
me
play for the Blues.
ALNL thing.
It is a National League team. Jordan Walker plays for a National League team. It's his first ever, shockingly.
Pirates?
It is not the Pirates.
Yeah, Marlin?
You're close. No.
The Reds?
It is the NL Central. It's only one more.
Cubs?
I guess there's 2 more teams. He plays for the Cardinals. Come
Oh,
on
okay.
now, Jordan Walker.
I just watched this guy play this
There you
weekend.
go.
Jordan Walker.
How about
What
that?
stood out about Jordan Walker's game, huh?
Well, his
Did he look
Cardinals
good?
took 2 or 3 against my Bravos.
He has 22 home runs on the year.
Okay.
So, I'll take your word for it, MLB.com.
Remember we lived in a proper country. All these guys had 30, 35,
Yeah, I know.
it felt like at the break.
I don't even know how to pronounce this name. This was the one we talked about last week. Jack Caglianone?
Royals.
Caglione.
Caglione?
Yep.
Yeah.
Caglione?
Yeah.
Is that the pronunciation? Orioles? No, it is not the
It's the
Orioles.
Royals.
It is the
It's the
Royals.
Royals. Duh.
He only has 15 home runs this year, and he is in the home run derby. It's Jack with a C, too. If you're wondering
Yeah.
on the Jack spelling, it's a J-A-C.
J-A-C.
I already don't like this guy.
You sure it's Jack, not Jock?
Wilson Contreras of the Red Sox.
Yes.
We know that one.
They're on a heater right now, the Red Sox.
9 in a row.
Yeah.
And Ben, he eats a lot of rice for the
Yeah,
New York
Yankees.
Yankees. So there's your home run derby tonight.
Why is Ben Rice the most forgettable Yankee of my lifetime?
The irony of it
Every
is,
time you say it, you say Yankee,
I
I'm
know.
reminded, then I instantly forget when you say Ben Rice.
the irony of it is, he's got 29 home runs this year.
No,
I think
that's
who's the leader right now?
That's Schwarber, isn't it?
Schwarber, I believe, is
Got
still leading.
31 or 32.
Ben Rice might be second.
Okay.
Let me see. Let me look up my home run leaders real quick. Hold on. Will we watch? It is on Netflix.
Probably.
Flip to it,
What else
watch a
am I
lot
gonna
of
watch?
it. Will it be on the entire time?
Here's the thing. I'm golfing at 2 o'clock.
Oh, you're not watching a second of this. Ben Rice, 29, he's third. Jordan Alvarez has 31. Schwarber, 32.
Why isn't Alvarez in this?
Did guys decline this? Did you see Jeff Passan? He was asked, hey, Jeff, how excited for you, and what do you think about the home run derby? And he goes, I think it's going to stink.
Yeah, he's right. I mean, it's probably going to suck. The tough part is it's become the problem of the slam dunk contest where you just don't have as many sluggers as Ohtani's banged up, so he's not even playing in the All-Star game. Like,
didn't he just hit a home run this weekend?
Yeah, but they're shutting him down, I think, for a while. He didn't make his last start. They didn't play him over the weekend, and they're worried. What's he got, a knee problem? They're trying to drain his knee or something like that? I don't know. They're saying he's got a lingering thing, so he's not playing at all in the home run derby. He's missing his start. You just don't have, you don't have a lot of...
Judge isn't there.
Yeah, like the power guys from back in the day. This is what the NBA, the dunk contest turned into, where one of these guys might do a great thing, but names matter, man.
Big Dumper can't hit this year.
No.
God, talk about it.
His 4 home runs aren't good enough to be in the home run derby either.
Far and a galaxy away, the most disappointing first half of any player in Major League Baseball.
Biggest surprise of the first half of the season, the Dumpers stat line, the Mets being in last place.
No, that's the Mets.
Or the White Sox being in first place.
The White Sox being in first.
I'm going to say
surprise.
the Dumper, actually.
Dumper's the biggest surprise
because
for
you?
you?
Because the White Sox, who have been largely pretty mediocre to bad my life, they at least have the World Series in 05. And I know, it's 26. That's a long time ago.
That title can drink.
It can't. It can drink. It is eligible. You can make a claim for how many teams in baseball that when you suck for a certain amount of years... Eventually, you pop with
it has
some
to
talent.
work, right? Like you've been tanking for 5 years.
Even if you're not run well, eventually.
It worked for the Astros went all the way.
They did.
They
My
got
Braves did this.
Yeah,
they won the World Series. It doesn't give you a World Series, but it at least give you a season or two of turnaround baseball. If I told any Mariner fan, even if their expectation was not going to be 60 homers from Cal Raleigh, that at the break he'd have 4.
He's
and
got
be
9.
batting
He's got
like
9. I'm joking.
He's got
What's he batting? A buck?
He is batting $169.
$169 with 9
runs.
dingers. You would be absolutely panicked.
Who's the better Mariner, Cal Raleigh or Julio Rodriguez?
Mariner fan doesn't know that answer because it was Julio and then it was Cal.
Yeah.